stream elements. Artextric is now live. Streaming art, draw with me 9 ANIMEART studies number how to draw number ANIMEART.
Wow. That's not good. Hmm. Easier. A lot. Bitter. Man, I tell you, bro. I don't know. That that's wild.
Britriclos. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, bro. Today's gonna be pretty short, so I'm gonna try to get this done, and we'll finish around probably around 6:30, 7 o'clock. So I'm trying to move as fast as possible so we can play Call to the Lamb. If we don't, then we don't. I have something important I have to go do.
Britriclos. Okay.
Yeah. I have something important I have to go do anyway, so like I don't know when I get around to it, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm not doing technically a reaction, more of a listening this time. Because I'm really rushing, so I can't have time to sit and like rant or whatever the hell. So I'm gonna put the thing I'm listening to. We're just gonna listen to random videos, like videos that are interesting that I would usually react to, but I'm not reacting. These are not gonna be a video. Let me see. Yeah, this is not going to be a video. These are going to be more of just listening. Or so. So anything like kind of random. That's how fast I need to get this done. Where is the...
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And this is the second video that we're doing talking about the utter state of Hollywood as we enter the summer movie season.
So this is more of a broad overview, and the other one was more specific to Inside Out 2.
Yeah, it's not looking good for anybody.
It really isn't looking good. Variety's like, ah, shit.
Yeah, we did a video a couple weeks ago talking about how the Fall Guy missed and how Hollywood was kind of in panic mode. But now they're like, yeah, there's nothing coming out this summer that looks like it's gonna bring the money in that they need to bring in.
But honestly, when I saw the Fall Guy trailer, like I was interested to see it, but it didn't strike me as one that was going to do like, you know, do super well with everyone. Like it wasn't like there's movies you can see like, you know, Super Mario Brothers and Barbie and Oppenheimer and stuff, and even you can look at them and think, okay, I can see there's going to be a big audience for that, you know?
Yeah.
Not Oppenheimer as much as Barbie and Mario Brothers, but I looked at Fall Guy. To me, it looked interesting, but I didn't look at that and think, okay, that one's going to do really well because everybody's going to want to see that. Because I thought it seemed very, like it had its audience type thing. Like I don't think it was one that was going to be like, is this going to be, you know, blockbuster hit? I didn't get that vibe.
I looked at Fall Guy, and now people said it was actually pretty good.
See, I want to see it, but that's because that's something I probably would like.
I watched the trailer and I was thinking to myself, this is a Netflix show.
Kinda, yeah.
I was like, this isn't a movie. This is a Netflix show. And when we've got Netflix shows that are better than some of the movies being released, and we have, you know, shows on streaming, it's like, why would you spend the money and the hassle, whatever, to go? Like, if you go to the theater, you want it to be something that you can't get at home, right?
Yeah.
And anymore, most entertainment you can get at home, and even kids entertainment. I think the reason we're seeing the decline of you know, families going to theaters to go see the latest cartoon release.
It's hard to believe that Mint Mobile can get any better, but really all it takes is a little imagination.
Is because it's so much easier, especially if you have a lot of kids or they're young or whatever. It's so much easier to just plop down at home. You can go buy yourself a freaking 96-inch TV from Walmart and surround sound and just watch the movies at home and not have to go to the theater. You know, it's so much easier and cheaper. So let's talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You get woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
All right, so this is coming from Variety. The 2024 summer movies most likely to be the hit that Fall Guy couldn't. So they're all hoping for a hit.
But their biggest, we're going to look at, these are domestic numbers, I think, again,
domestic,
aren't they?
Yeah.
I think when we look at these, though, none of them seem to be doing fantastic.
So they said that there's no Barbenheimer coming this summer, and they said Planet of the Apes, there was a lot of pressure on that. Now, it did okay, but I'm sorry, what did it do, $50 million or something opening?
It was like 100 something global.
Global.
Yeah.
That's, you know, again, that those are the numbers that, like, I don't know what the Planet of the Apes movies typically do, but that was the one that Disney kept like, Planet of the Apes is coming. Planet of the Apes is coming, guys. This is going to be huge. This is going to be the ape cinematic universe. We're going to be, and it
Ape CU.
The Ape CU, and it didn't do, or the MCU, it could be the Monkey Cinematic Universe, but it didn't do very well. I mean, compared to like a Marvel movie, it did good, I guess, for the franchise, but like $50 million, Disney's used to opening to like 120, 150 million.
Anymore.
Not anymore. Over 100 million, right? And the other video we talked about, Inside Out 2, they said Inside Out 2 might be the only movie with a chance of opening over 100. And I'm like,
I don't even know.
wouldn't take that bet. It's a Pixar movie. They're all doing shit now. All the Pixar movies are doing shit. That brand is in the toilet. It doesn't matter if the movie's good. Elemental, people said Elemental was good. My daughter watched Elemental. She said it was good. But people didn't go see it because they're like, yeah, all these other movies kind of sucked.
It is not good. I know there's not a reaction per se. I'm just listening, but you have to admit that movie is not good. It might be good to most normies on the surface when it comes to Elemental, but the way that Reaper knocked that shit down and made total sense on how he explained it, it was like, oh fuck, like shit, man. Like, this is a terrible movie. Like, when you stop and think about it and watch that movie, you're not gonna think much of it of the sort, because we have been so dumbed down on what a good movie is, that anything with some good animation and some wackiness could be enough to be saying it's a good kids movie, or where the hell it's supposed to be, because it's supposed to be a young adult type movie to a certain extent, for kids to, at least because they like the animations, so kids will watch it. But people who are like teenager or a little higher would mostly enjoy it for whatever it is. But Jesus Christ, when I watched the review from Reaper, he knocked that shit so fast, and it was like, it made total sense on why he did, because that shit was ass. That movie is ass. Like, any girl who's watching that will think it's cute, because it pushes an agenda to a certain extent about immigrants and women not knowing how to make their decisions. But Jesus Christ.
They said, yeah, Fall Guy opened to just under $28 million domestically, starting the summer with a whimper. And
Richard I didn't watch it.
Watch the go to Reaper and watch the review. If you watch a review, it'll make total sense from that point. It will make absolute sense on why that movie's ass. At first, if you don't watch a review and you watch it, you're not gonna think much of it, right? But when you actually listen to Reaper on how they make these movies, or not make these movies, on how the movie is presented, you're gonna start looking at it in a different lens. You're like, oh shit, I didn't really think of it that way. Man, this is an ass movie.
They said that after the shutdown.
Oh my God, they're blaming COVID again.
Okay.
We're going on 2 or 3 years, guys, after the shutdown.
Well, they said they resumed Reputation by 2022 after the shutdowns, but now they're flying off the cliff again.
Yeah, because everything broke, and it's not ever going to go back to where it was before. I'm sorry, you can't gonna rant a little bit. You can't put the world on pause and then turn it back on and expect everything to work.
Okay, last year, and I think the strikes are playing into it somewhat, but I don't think there's a lot, when you look at what's coming out for this year, next year, things that got pushed back would have been pushed back to this year. And you're looking at the slate for this year and even next year, and so far I'm not seeing a whole lot that I'm like, oh, that's going to be amazing, you know?
Yeah. Well, this is what
their estimates.
These are estimates. These are projections.
Help me decide which star dress to wear to a party. From their new summer collection, I paired this.
Find your boyfriend, to that bitch.
So yeah, we had the Fall Guy, which did significantly less than what they thought was going to do. That's what I'm saying. Like when they're saying
this is the first 4 weeks, or this isn't the first 4 weeks. Okay, so this is not just opening. This is going to be the first 4 weeks. Okay, gotcha.
For the first month. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, 143. I think it's actually going to hit that.
Domestic,
If did pretty good, I guess. Furiosa, I don't think is going to do well. Inside Out 2.
They're guessing 261.5 million.
They guessed a lot for Little Mermaid. They guessed a lot for, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't
I mean, domestically, they're saying domestic only, but yeah, I just don't know. It's just going to depend.
Quiet Place might actually do okay. Here's the thing.
It's not going to do super well, though, because I don't think it's as popular as other things.
No, the second one did okay. We like, look, our kids like it. I like it. I went to the last one with them, and they want to go see this one, but it's not like a major franchise. But the thing is, I think what we're going to see are the movies that are like the outliers. That are the ones that actually become the bigger hits. And part of that is people, I think, are tired of the tentpole franchises. They know it's shit, and you can wait, especially with Marvel. Like you can wait. The only one that's going to do well for Marvel, I think, in the near future is Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, which is it's the best performing one on the list.
Despicable Me 4, that might actually do okay. Twisters, why?
Well, they're saying Twisters is going to do better than almost as much as Furiosa and stuff.
Are they going to have 2 cows in this one because they have 2 tornadoes? It
sounds to me like it's like the first movie, except this time the teams decide to work together.
Right. I would like to see, it's kind of like Alien and Aliens. It's Twister and Twisters, but I would like to see like Twisters, even more Twisters. Still more Twisters. Twister.
Hello,
yeah, I want to see them do that with Aliens. That's how you bring Aliens back, right? You bring the Alien franchise back. It's like even more Aliens.
Hello.
So it's like the Cloud Note, but now it's a Twister.
Now it's a Twister.
That's how it sucks up all the people to eat. Yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine, of course, they have that one set a lot higher than everything else at 350.1 million. That one, I do think will hit it. You go on the list, you can see like Beetlejuice and Joker. They're saying it's supposed to be like they're thinking a lot. But Mufasa, Lion King, they have this at 281.3 million. I don't think it's good.
OMG, a new one. But why?
Because I didn't like the other one. I came to not like it. So I decided to redo it. I decided to redo it last night, so that one looked too generic and boring.
Because everybody's making fun of Mufasa. They think it's like the Lion King all over again, and people are not. I just don't think it has the buzz that they want.
I like the old one, but this one looks so much better.
Yeah, I like the old one, but this one looks. Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, that one looks fine, but it looked too generic looking. It looks like something anyone can just make if they put like a piss of an effort towards it. So like that's why I said let me redo it, because like compared to the one, like compared to this. The only thing that's going for is probably the colors, but the colors are way too saturated. So
generic like a sticker 2D.
Yeah.
Britry clothes. Hi mono.
Yeah, it's way too generic, so I did this one instead.
Realize that Sonic 3 and Mufasa come out in the same day.
It'd be funny if Sonic 3 actually kicked Mufasa's ass.
Oh my god.
Let's be honest, Sonic will win. Sonic will win. Disney is not doing well, and there's not been like a Disney hit in the wild. Sonic will win, no, hands down, given that it's the least closest thing to the source material, or what case may be, and it doesn't push any woke messaging as far as I see it from 1 and 2. I don't know what they did with Knuckles. Maybe they did. I doubt it. But then again, like as far as I see the franchise for the Sonic movie. Is this Bri
on Twitch?
Yeah,
Hi,
that's
Bri.
Bri. That's Bri. It's I don't think that that's
Ara
going
Amelia Weber. Hello everyone.
Hello. Yeah, but I don't think Sonic is not going. Sonic's going to beat Mufasa. That would be great.
I think that's going to happen, but it would be funny because people are not down with the Mufasa thing. I'm sorry.
Wow. Well, yeah, they're talking they're going to retcon Mufasa, but like I'm looking at all the
Twisters are going to do better than Lord of the Rings.
Well, no, this is the animated one.
Oh, then yes,
but I think that's ridiculous. I don't think they're going to do that.
No.
Wicked,
Most of these I don't think they're going to. I mean, these are the first 4 weeks.
Yeah,
so maybe in the first 4 weeks, maybe.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just looking at
these aren't going to be great.
They're saying Moana 2 is actually going to do less than Inside Out 2.
But see, here's the funny thing. Well, probably will, because it probably won't look as good. But here's the thing, Moana 2, but wasn't Moana the most
I have been
streamed thing
happy
ever,
already
Disney?
since a new cover
Yeah,
from
it's-
Will Stetson dropped, but now I'm even more.
Will Stenson drop, but now what does that mean?
We need to keep us in there because Moana 2 is gonna save the company. Moana 2, and then it's the outlook is not great for Moana 2.
No, they're
Shocker.
talking theaters
Shocker, I
are
tell you.
If you sleep on your side, I bet you hate your pillow. And this is why. They might.
gonna go out of business this year.
Aaron
We actually
and
had
Amelia Weber.
several around us
I
close.
didn't know they were actually
they're just
making a Moana 2 movie. I thought that was just an idea they came up with.
No, we did a video on that.
looking at, and they're just like, "Yep, you know what? There's nothing good coming out this year."
Actually, no. The Moana 2 was supposed to be a Disney series, mini-series, but Bob Iger opened his mouth and said they was making a Moana 2. And what he was actually referring to was that the show was they was going to have a Disney miniseries for Disney of Moana, and he was what he actually meant was that, but because he said movie, now the people in Canada, Montreal, are running around with their heads cut off.
He translates Japanese songs into English. He did kickback from CSM and other stuff.
Oh, okay. And because of that statement, because he was trying to impress shareholders, the animation studio that they bought or have from Montreal is running around with their heads cut off because they said to him it was supposed to be a miniseries. Now they're going to take that miniseries and combine it.
That makes more sense now.
They're going to combine that miniseries and call it Moana 2. The most dumbest shit I ever heard. That is dumb as hell.
Year, nothing major, so it's over. I think we're past peak, like, billion-dollar franchise theater going experiences. I mean, you're gonna get every once in a while you're gonna get a Barbie or something, but that's
in a generosity that this summer is going to be ass. Every movie is going to be pretty much ass, except the ones that are not going to be ass, like the Sonic movie. That's probably going to be the most decent movie of everyone.
It's going to happen very rarely. And for the longest time, it was like, oh yeah, every Disney movie is $1 billion, $1 billion. And they got cocky and they started turning out shit. And then we have this, the strikes. Like next year is going to be really interesting because there's not going to be a whole lot coming out. It seems like what they're doing now is they're kind of milking it, and they're just kind of putting stuff out slower and slower and slower because they're like, okay, well, we would have put this movie out this year, but now we got to put it out next year to make it look like we got something.
Yeah.
There is going to be a Venom movie. It's going to be the last one too.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, that stuff, they push stuff back to this year, and they push some stuff back to 2025 because of, moving stuff around. But by now, or by the end of the year, they should be back on getting these movies out, and it just doesn't seem like there's anything super exciting.
No. Yeah, they said it's just not good. They said that the rest of the year looks bleak. A sequel to Joker and another live-action Lion King should do well enough, but there are multiple weekends in the last quarter with no major studio movies.
What the flip side is,
really?
Yes, this will be the final one.
I think they overloaded the theaters sometimes too.
Yeah.
Like when we were kids, like a movie would be in theaters it could go up to a year. It could be in the theaters for months and months and months, which I get that's boring because you already saw it once. You want to have, they didn't have as many movies being made. So I think that by slowing the roll a little bit, it might give those movies time to breathe so they're not cannibalizing each other, because Disney especially kept cannibalizing itself.
Yeah.
I think that would be maybe a better way to go. The problem is what they're offering. I don't think a lot of it is something people want.
I love Venom.
No, I agree with that. Oh God, this is so funny though.
I know.
I gotta okay. Remember how they attacked Sound Freedom? Remember how some theaters refused to show it or whatever, and they were like, "Oh my God, we gotta attack this movie. This is the alt-right movie," and blah blah blah.
That's the funniest part. I don't understand that, right? Make that make sense. They won't play a movie about children being exploited, where the police or heroes are trying to protect children from being exploited. They think that was a problematic thing. Why is it problematic to protect children from predators? Ain't that funny? Ain't that really weird? Ain't that really, 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 really weird that it's not like these things don't exist. They do exist. Everyone knows these things exist. They know there's a demand for these underground, terrible, evil reasons towards children, women, and any of human trafficking, right? Sex trafficking specifically. So I think it's a billion or $1 trillion industry. It is lucrative as fuck, right? Why would you deny that that's not real? Because that's what the media says. It's just right-wing conspiracy. This is not happening. Whoa. So you don't actually believe that there are sickos out there who's making rings to do things to children because they have sick fantasies and has mental problems, and they're not coordinating in any way to get children alone, to steal them away, to sell them to other sickos. That doesn't exist. That's just a one-off thing that happens in very small groups, very niche situations. Very, very, so niche is almost unheard of. You really serious? Hollywood, who's known for grooming children? Come on. The industry that's known for grooming children and fucking up these young actors at a very young age. Look at Amanda Bynes. Look at, I forgot his old name. He was from The Lost Boys. Look at, Drake Bell. Look at all these men and women who was exploited as children. Remember, these are people with money, notoriety, name, everything, and they was exploited. You don't think some sicko who doesn't have any type of name, or like a sicko who has some form of money but no real fame but has status, isn't doing anything under the moniker of doing things to children in his sicko fantasy ways? Come on, man. You don't think billionaires have something to do with that, or have anything part? Look at Puffy. Look at fucking Diddy. And he's doing this to grown men, grown ass men. Think to yourself, if someone like Diddy is going to do shit like this to grown men, you don't think they'll do it to children who has little to no power? And some of their parents do not give a shit, because remember, way back when, before R. Kelly went to jail, it was proven and said on record that these parents would give their children to this man for days and weeks on end to live with him, to learn whatever he was trying to teach them, to do any type of music shit. This strange man they do not know, who happens to have some type of money, notoriety, or whatever case may be. You don't think that doesn't sound fucking weird? That don't sound weird to anyone? He might be a Grammy award-winning singer, songwriter, but remember, you need to put something in perspective. Separate the art from the artist. Yes, the man is talented. I can't take that from him. But Jesus Christ, put it in context. This is a grown-ass man you do not know. You're giving your children, this is not like a 20-year-old something and you're paying him to mentor your 20-year-old. These are children like 13 and up. Think that to yourself very closely, and how sick that sounds for these parents. I blame the parents more than I blame what's his name? R. Kelly. Because remember, for R. Kelly to have access to your children, either he's proactively doing it or the parents are allowing it. And it's said on record that these parents was allowing these children to be in this man's mansion, house, or home for X amount of times for lessons and stuff, sometimes camping in his, like, not camping, but like living with him. They like the same shit happened to Usher. He was living with Diddy at a very young age. And he said he saw some things, he experienced some things that most children would dream of seeing or wouldn't think of seeing. Best believe he didn't do anything that you don't think Diddy didn't do a little something to Usher at one point? Come on, man. That is fucking weird, bro. If you don't see that as strange, something fucking wrong with you. That is weird as shit.
They're like, yeah, in the indie space, there's nothing matching what the Sound of Freedom did last year. Now they're desperate. They're desperate for another hit like that.
Richard Close. Very weird.
But note, I'm also going to say this too. Remember, Oprah was friends with Weinstein. Oprah was best friends and close with Weinstein for a very long time. Very long time. Make sense to you. Oprah was friends with this man for a very long time. And she did not know what was going on with this man at all? Come on, man. We're really gonna play that game? Right? And then remember, this same Oprah that we grown to love so much, she had a school in Africa, right? And then it was proven within the schools, the white teachers was fucking the children at the Oprah school. I don't think most of you may know about that, but the teachers, not teacher, teachers was fucking the children in Africa. Never mention it again. You don't hear the progressive left talk about that, huh? You don't ever hear them talk about shit about that, huh? Because it goes against our Lord and Savior. But they're quick to talk about Weinstein, who was friends with and good friends and close to said Lord and Savior. Make that make sense. They don't ever mention that situation. They never say surviving the Oprah school. Surviving Oprah. Where's that? Remember, it was a lot of kids. It's not one kid, it's not one teacher. It was several teachers in Africa fucking the children.
Richard Close. They won't, and we all know why.
We all know why. So when you must really, you gotta crack your neck a little bit when the media says, or people are going against the authorities saying, you know, they're just being right wing. They're just bringing up stuff that's not true. That's just a big small minority of things happening. Not saying it's not happening. It's just, we're just saying it's just not that significant. Really? Really? Did you not remember watching Catch a Predator? Remember that? Remember that? It was like over, I think, 140 episodes of that shit. That's 140 men that came out of nowhere just to get with children who they thought was children. You don't think one of these men were smart enough to do a ring at one point? Remember, these are not men who are just lonely and look weird. Majority of these men are people in power. Some of them was school teachers. Some of them was lawyers. Make that make sense. Some of them was actually a cop. And you don't think they might use their authority in some way to get around certain situations to get access to children? Okay. So we're gonna play that game. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is ridiculous. That's why when they said The Sounds of Freedom, that movie, I watched that movie too. It's wild. It's very fucking wild. When I saw that movie, it was sad to watch. If anyone becomes a parent, I'll be vigilant to keep your kids away from most people. Because most of the people, remember, the predator is not usually someone you don't know. It's usually someone you do know. And it could be usually someone in your family. Remember, I think they said 8 out of 10 victims are usually victims of someone they previously known or trusted. It could be a brother, it could be a father, it could be an uncle, usually, an aunt, usually, a cousin, your mom, the babysitter, your teacher. Mostly them teachers. I don't trust them. Them fucking woke teachers. They sick as fuck too. Like, if you be on Twitter long enough, if you're on Twitter, no, you gotta be on Twitter long enough. If you're on Twitter, you'll find these woke teachers pushing some crazy shit and saying the most craziest shit ever. If you care about your kids, and you really want, like, if you care about your kids, put them in private school. Don't put them in public school. I'm sorry. I know this is not attacking people who went to public school, but I'm talking about the teachers specifically. Majority of them, not all of them, but majority of them, these woke teachers, these new age teachers, they are weird as fuck. And they have some weird fantasies. They'll say it's for the children. I'm trying to protect children. Nah, 9 times out of 10, they're just sickos who just have a very sick outlook on life. 9 times out of 10. Trying to push an agenda and try to make your kid think a certain way when they was never thinking like that at all. Kids are kids. Leave kids the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? Kids are kids. Let them, if you leave them be, they're usually going to be fine. But when there's usually improving, that's usually some type of adult intervention that's usually making them say these crazy shit they're saying today. Usually.
They're not going to get it because they like tried to choke that one off last year. And yeah, Civil War is not doing that great either. So yeah, it's not looking good, guys. I mean, I just thought I'd pull this up. This was earlier this week. Business Insider, 20 movies no one expected to bomb at the box
Sounds
office.
like something
I think
from
it
Class
ties into this
09.
because
09? I'm not 09. What is that? I don't know what that is.
Because
Yes.
I totally expected it to do shit in the box office.
you cannot believe the projections anymore because the projections are out there based on historical movie going numbers, right? Like, well, we know this is going to do this because historically this is what these kinds of movies usually pulled in. But now that everything is broken, people's viewing habits are broken and trust in these franchises are broken, people are not going to see the movies.
Really
And I
funny
think
game.
the studios puff up the numbers. To try
Really funny game.
Everybody's going to go see that movie this weekend. It's going to make $100 million. You don't want to be one of the only people out there who didn't go see Captain Marvel because she's the biggest thing ever. Yeah, these are movies that they thought were not. Remember, Flash was supposed to make $125 million opening weekend or some ridiculous number. Marvel's first one they had on here. The MCU has first real bomb with the Marvels. I would
Well,
argue.
yeah, other bombs, but that one was
It's like an
definitely
anime
bad.
romance sim, but American style.
It's like an anime romance sim, but Americans. Oh god. I see. I gotcha. Wait. I'll have to look that up later.
How waterproof is the bearskin soft shell jacket?
Kind of scared too.
Let's just say this is the last waterproof.
This is the first one.
Not because it's an anime.
There's actually no romance, but it's just funny about American
schools.
schools.
Yeah, that's what makes it scary for me. Because Westerners are just, as a Westerner, Westerners are crazy.
Real bomb though, because it has a woman in it.
Well, no, it's because it looked terrible. The poster looked terrible. You were trying to, double down on a character that, with Ms. Marvel that you haven't been able to make stick. Photon, you've only mentioned her once in a show. And quite frankly, the Captain Marvel didn't do as great as they thought it would. There was a lot of weirdness around Captain Marvel. And what was legit, I think, was people thinking they had to see it to see Endgame.
Yes. Plus, they were bussing people in to go see the first
tickets,
female
and then
superhero.
All these theaters are sold out. People have pictures of empty theaters
It's
that are
eyes
sold
the
out
style
and stuff.
of the game.
But yeah,
I have it and still haven't
yeah.
got all the endings, but I died laughing.
It's just the style of the game, like the art style, or how the gameplay is. Still haven't got all the endings, but I die laughing. Oh god, it must be upsetting.
No,
Female
because there never
superhero.
was a female superhero before
Except for
her.
Wonder Woman, except for I guess you could count Alita that just came out like a week or two before, and Elektra and Catwoman. Well, whatever.
Storm and
Yeah, Storm, whatever. Yeah, lowest opening of any MCU movie at
gameplay.
$65 million, but she's the bestest ever, guys. People
Okay, I gotcha.
love Captain Marvel. They love her so much. Ali cost them millions of dollars. I forgot that even existed. They're talking about Sinbad. These are older movies. Just talking about these box office bombs. But I thought it was funny that they led this.
we were always box office bombs, Marvels.
Marvels. That's what they led with, right?
I'm more surprised they actually thought this was going to work. But maybe here's a thought. It's not because people don't like female superheroes, because there are movies with female superheroes that did really well. It's because they don't like narrative-driven bullshit. And a lot of pointing fingers and calling people names and insinuating they're bigots or they hate women or whatever, or they're racist or whatever, just because they didn't like your damn movie. Maybe your movie just was dog shit.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And
that's why they didn't go.
Maybe.
After last time, when you just start calling everybody names when they didn't like it, they probably, even if this movie was better, because I've talked to several people who said that The Marvels was definitely better than Captain Marvel. That doesn't mean it's great, but it was definitely better. But you already lost them with your behavior last time. What you think was flipping going to happen?
People were going to just consume, and not think for themselves. You just have to.
Because they'll call you a bigot. Well, they're basically like, fuck you, we don't care anymore.
Just be quiet and consume product and wait for next product.
But there are two versions, one in normal and one re-up, but they aren't connected.
Okay. Is that the saying? Don't ask questions, just consume product and wait for next product. Isn't that the term? Isn't that what they say? Just wait for next product, don't ask questions. Just do what be the sheep you are and just take what it is. Right? Makes sense.
It's like, fine, I'm a racist, I'm a Nazi, I'm a transphobe, homophobe, whatever.
Yes, I know.
Yes, I get it.
I'm sorry,
wow,
I can't hear you over touching my grass.
There's gonna be a day those terms are not gonna have any fucking meaning anymore. There's gonna come a day where all those terms that we use to control people is gonna go out the window so fast. It's gonna be cool to be those things. Watch. That's the funny thing how this game plays. Right? That's gonna be a day where that's gonna be okay. It's gonna be there's gonna be a day where people are gonna be like, I'm those things? I guess I'm those things. What are you gonna do? You're gonna sue me? What are you gonna do? You're gonna cancel me? And then if it's one person, they're gonna be technically destroyed. But when it becomes a cluster and a movement to that point where they just don't give a fuck anymore about that term, about losing their job or even being attacked, that's where that term is gonna go out the window. All those terms are gonna go out the window and things are going to reset itself. There's going to be a big reset, and that's not going to end out well for most people. Especially because when words start losing its meaning, everything loses its meaning. That's when patience go out the window fast.
Right, I'm gonna go touch and mow my grass right now, and I'm not listening to you. Yeah, so it's not looking good, guys. Just putting it out there. We're looking for Hollywood news this weekend, and nobody gives a shit. Let's just be honest. Nobody gives a shit about Hollywood. It's broken. You broke it. You broke Hollywood.
Hope so.
I'm hoping that today comes very soon. You see how? Let's use an example. You see how that January 6th thing is happening? You see how these what's going on in the Middle East is happening? That's gonna happen. Let's use that example. Let's use those example that when people start clicking the fuck it button, when that actually starts setting in most people's mind the fuck it button, that's when things are gonna get back to normal, or things are gonna change real fast. Real fast. Like, if people that if the shit that happens in Gaza is
True.
went like the way it is, and there's supporters who are okay with the genocide of these people doing the shit they was doing in X,
Ryle.
Y, and Z.
Present. Sorry if I interrupted.
No, it's perfectly fine. You see
I
how
will be back soon. CYA.
no problem, bro. You see how if they're supporters, remember these are not people who are there. I'm talking about the activists. They're not physically there, but they're saying they're okay with the murders of people. If they're sitting there and they have nothing to do with it, never been there, and they're supporting it, just imagine the people around them who don't like them. Make that make sense. They're supporting people who did a genocidal, who wants the murder of certain people, right? Because of ideology or whatever case may be, or history, right? After a while, right? They're okay with that. They don't live there. Now imagine the people who live around them, sick of this shit, doing this shit all day. What they want to do to them on a constant. The lack of self-awareness is wild. That's what I'm saying. And one day, there's going to get to a point where these activists can't be doing this no more because someone, I'm not talking about the police, someone is going to be like, fuck it.
Activists.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, they do not care.
They'll
not
care.
Let mass genocide happen.
Yes. If they're okay with that because they believe in a certain whatever the fuck that history is, imagine the people who's around them all the goddamn time who are sick of their shit and thinking the same exact thing, but not to the people that they're supporting for, but to the activists specifically. Think about that real closely. Because if y'all are okay with that type of behavior, you're not even over there because most of you won't go because you know what will happen to you. You know this. Just imagine the people who have some training in lethal force, who are from certain fields of line of work, whether mercenary or veteran, cop or whatever case may be.
That won't end too good for them.
Nope, it will not. Remember, most of these people are just biding their time when that time comes. You see how that January 6th thing happened? Remember, that was coordinated secretly amongst a bunch of people. Now, remember, these activists have nothing to live. Most of them don't know why they're there. Remember, we did the video on that. Majority of them don't know why they're even fucking there. Now imagine being the people who don't like them and want to do something to them, right? And remember, because they don't know why they're there, they're going to just be a victim of just following their friends. That's usually what happens. And when that day comes,
so much of the media, and I don't think it's going to come back.
But you know what? Now is the perfect time for more like Everything Everywhere All at Once, and you know, Sound of Freedom, and into more independent films that might be more creative and have budgets that will allow them to make money.
I think so. I think that's
now might be a time where we go back to creativity again, but it won't be the major studios.
It's gonna be like the 70s all over again, because the 70s we had a lot of like lower budget movies after all these really like ridiculously expensive musicals and big budget, and then it was like people are just over it. They want smaller movies. They want good stories. You're going to have to earn back the trust of the audience, and that's going to take a long time. We're going to wrap this up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Said on the daily, pronouns gaily, IGN journalist Catherine Bailey, claim Kai Senat incited a riot, dirty bitch delete your tweet and be quiet. Lot of mercy, attention thirsty. Take your anxiety medication in your pursy. Jackson, if you're nasty, always pick losty. Protected profile, vaginoplasty. 15 years now a model of derangement. 16 hours collect that engagement. Hate feel pussy like a cream feel Twinkie. Big diaper stinky, where is your binky? People poo poo papa mama go to fetch your baba. Pit so swampy, I thought it was Dagobah. Aggression passive, forehead get massive, creatively bankrupt, and I might need a sandwich. Buddha bong bong, Buddha bong, ale Selassie, I racist for the Kai guy, cheerlead for the myth, why? Judgment up on my size, dick in between your thighs. What you don't realize is you're in for a surprise, I'm Kai. Hello, beta testers. Like
Richard
and
Close.
subscribe, or
I
I'll
watched
stop
this
fighting
earlier
the
today,
fact
Oh,
that
you
I'm a
did?
figment of your
Oh shit.
imagination. The thing about the all fun and games life is we all have different definitions of what playing is, but we all have a good feeling when somebody's crossed the line. You'd throw more statistics in our face if we started playing the way y'all do around here. You guys have the choice to do that, but you want to rob other people of choice. What's that thing that Rachel Zegler says? Weird. There's more creativity in the 10 toes some plant telling you IGN verbatim to go fuck yourself than in anyone currently staffing IGN. And with credibility of
Bro, whatever happened to this game? What is it called? Doki Doki or something? I think that was called... No, that's a... No, I'm thinking of something else. It was something... It was a Korean game made from the people who made Black Desert. It was some type of a... imaginary Pokemon game or something. I think it's supposed to be like a Pokemon-esque type game, but open world. And I think it was supposed to be an MMO, but I think it changed to being like a action JRPG. Not JRPG. I guess like KRGB, RGB, RPG. I know it's from South Korea, so I was like, Hello, Russ. What's going on? Whatever happened to this game? It was like it made so much like headway when it first like debuted with its trailer, and then it just kind of died.
First thing I think of is Waifu Hunter's skull.
Waifu Hunters.
obliterating habitually hated and community noted for correction cancer drip-fed onto socials that you can observe.
Ryle.
IGN's been seasoning
I
with
don't
a
even
bit
know
of the
where I got
identity
that.
politics-driven bias that determines what they'll tear down and what they'll defend. The vibe that I'm getting from IGN is that
Richard
real-life
Close.
gamer hetero dark chocolate
KRPG.
man.
Is that what they call it now? That's the real term? I'm surprised I've been sub to you since you began. For real? That's lit. Thank you, Ross. I do appreciate you, bro.
Bad. Cause he
Thank
gamer.
you. Thank you so
But
much.
first ever definitely real black samurai massacring the Japanese good. It's like Doctor Who, but in real life. Actually, Japan was founded by black people. Yup, it's a two-parter episode that I wrote. That I found information and documentation about online because it's real. And he was actually not just carrying weapons. he was the leader. And gay sex in there, of course, because why not? Somewhere. Wait and see. Wait and see. Look, it's part of the cult's message that all the ugly ESG-approved repulsive androgynous sex agwan, fill up the screen,
Richard
even though
Close.
you were just trying to play
Nope,
a game.
but it
This
makes
shit's
sense.
crazy. Animals too, why not, mother? You know
Makes
what I
sense
mean?
to me, yeah.
But did you
Might
hear
as well.
normies are finding out about Nutaku?
I would donate 20, but I can't because I'm broke. It's alright, bro. You don't have to. You being here is amazing.
So, IGN deleted a tweet covering streamer Kai Cenat, who recently beat Elden Ring. What they choose to focus on was him throwing a controller, ooh, the violent bastard, and claiming that he incited a riot. Damn, was he charged for something like that? During a PlayStation giveaway.
Wait, whoa. So let me get this straight. Kai Cenat played Elden Ring, and he did something in the game that was probably unheard of. I don't know. And in the game, it was like a feat. But instead of IGN saying, "Oh, Kai Cenat did something based on in the game,"
Ryle.
they focused on him throwing
Slow
that.
down what?
They focused on throwing a remote. Like thousands of other people who's played a video game before, especially a game as frustrating as probably a game like Souls games. Are you serious? Aren't these the same people who was perfectly fine with said riot? It was not technically a riot, it was just something, it was not a I would say choreographed. I don't think he had the right stops to keep that from going left. But it ended up being somewhat of a riot in some way. I think misunderstandably. I don't think he purposely did that. I think he just didn't do the right stuff, as in get the right people, like the business fines, all that stuff, the licensing, the security, X, Y, and Z, so shit didn't go left. I think that's what technically happened.
It was an expression of emotions, not the right kind, but still.
But yeah, or something like that. So I'm not happy of what Kai did. He should have, as someone with influence, you should have the right stops in for that to happen. But I know things go left because, you know, young people are dumb and they'll take opportunity to use like any situation to get away with shit. But then again, you must know your audience, right? And you have a high, like, what's the right word? You have a high influence over them because they think you're some type of god amongst men in this new digital age we live in. So you have to keep that in mind to a certain extent.
Artextric close. Poorly managed.
Yes, yeah, there you go. It was poorly managed. I blame him. If he has a manager, I will fucking fire them. I would have fired my manager if possible. Because that should have went the way it did. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't IGN okay with said thing that went? And Hassan? Hassan made a bunch of excuses for why that was happening for the people who was rioting. Not even Kai. Just the rioting. Now, all of a sudden, the rioting's the problem now? Funny.
Away. Don't worry about that part. Worry about the fact that everything that happened from that point in history forward was Kai Cenat's fault, if you really think about it. And I get it, but it'd be as if I was attributing the death threats that seem to keep rolling out in gaming lately to IGN because of some stupid shit that they keep fucking saying every week, you know what I mean? Beta testers, we heterosexual men can instantly clock an attention-starved, jealous loser like IGN journalist Kat Bailey, who is forced to write about men more successful than they'll ever be playing a video game. That's their job, to write about men play video game, and even then, they know nobody would care. And even this may be a jealous assumption, because it's not so easy for us to process the level of pissy passive-aggressive cancer that seeps out of these people afflicted by envy. Like, comment, and subscribe to boost these videos so that they at the very least go out to the people actually clicking the damn subscribe button.
Whatever.
Yeah, he said that. He said it was oh, what was it? Hassan, I remember Hassan said this. He said, and this annoyed me. He said, it's just a bunch of kids who are just trying to get some chips. Note, he never bothered to point out that them same kids beat up an old man. They ran up to his kiosk who sells chips, and they beat his ass and took his chips. They didn't think nothing wrong with that. Note, he wasn't even white. He was a minority, like anyone, like any of them. But he didn't mention that part. I wonder why. Sitting up there in his $1 million mansion, but he said we need to eat the rich. Very weird, Hassan. Very, very weird, brah.
Button because it's unsubscribing some of you. So if I can reiterate, the reason I'm telling you is because they tried their best to drag this man. That was their intention. And I cover this specifically to impress upon you, impress. We are oppressed as gamers, but I'm trying to impress upon you that the only thing stopping them from doing this to you is how much attention they think that they get by doing it. IGN, Kotaku, Polygon, PC Gamer, Forbes, ball-gargling puppet shills with a hand
not very
right up dead ass.
Yes. Actually, you know what? I really should invest my time in, what's that game? Blue Grand's Fantasy Versus or Rising, where the fuck? I should really put a lot of time into that game. And what's the other one? Oh my god, what's the other fighting game? Guilty Gear.
Alright, and squawk the only fucking message that they know, the approved stances on everything, so you can set your watch to these talentless journalists who would not hesitate to solve the trolley problem with you strapped to the track by hitting whichever piece would generate more buzz. And I hope it's never you. Kai put on a show, as any entertainer does. You think these raps fall out of me? No. But making someone laugh or smile matters more to me than whatever other issue may stand between that and me. and all I want is titties. But the pronoun posse is letting their hate cloud their judgment, robbing people at every opportunity of whatever entertainment they can get their hands on. Allow me to educate ignorant, out-of-touch, creatively bankrupt, and socially backward IGN journalist Kat Bailey, who will never put a show anywhere near as captivating or crowd-pleasing on. Elden Ring, since you're unaware, games journalist, is a frustrating game for some, a potentially overwhelming challenge to overcome. To people who didn't choose writing about video game streamers as a profession, challenges can be fun, even when they are as cheap as Souls games can make them. Heart monitor, death counter, literal tears at one point, a showman, unashamed, unabashed in their endeavor to put on a show, ankle biter Bailey. Even the publisher recognized Kai for the mutual payday that they all enjoyed and IGN could have shaved off a little piece of. But that wasn't enough. Tell me you've never pushed for a goddamn thing in your life without telling me. You probably had your fucking kids cut out of you if you can have those. IGN journalists, I know women who have cried and pissed and, messed themselves pushing in a gym to force their bodies further, closer to their goal, only for these fucking days, for people like you to argue them out of their rights and have literal men allowed to compete alongside them, having been born with biological advantages. We respect video games as art and gladly invest time, energy, and ourselves into our passion, and even if Kai wasn't a gamer...
And this is why I say I will never call a duck a dog when you dress it as one, because when you do this, you're going to cause a real headache. Now, women are competing with actual men in their spaces because, well, progressivism.
I'll stand against y'all on that bullshit. Kai strikes me as someone whose passion would make them dive into whatever they're doing. Method. Kai Guy wants to throw a controller he can easily replace on a stream for a reaction that people are probably going to be relating to and appreciating on the show that he's putting on. How is it any of your goddamn business? Games offered so much. More than books, more than shows, more than movies, and they created an inescapable experience for some of us, an escape in and of itself that you'd be hard-pressed to find elsewhere. So of course we respected it, but such a concept is alien to the gender-obsessed Goblin Games journalist who agrees and advocates for games to be easier and have a mode that just turns it into a movie. The better for them to sit with their cats and critique the game for not being progressive enough with. Men are used to the slack-jawed, desperate, fridge-shaped gnomes shuffling their way into gaming, too unappealing to chart on a cam site, slithering over to Twitch to put their unimpressive, even after work has been done, breasts on display, demanding that changes be made to accommodate or suit their Botox lip preference in a mostly male space. Bitch, I know there's a part of your fucking brain that doesn't work properly, but if you really invite this, it's gonna hit you and hurt you more than you could erase the men from this earth. The memories will make you not want to stick around. But when you actually listen to these fucking nut jobs, they're advocating for children being indoctrinated to be trans and gay because choice will and should not exist when they're on the right side of history. And now what's best to situate the news.
Like that, what's her name? That woman who's advocating or wanted to push that book. She wrote a book on child and adult romance with the Buddhist thing that we remember we did that video on. That's who he's referring to. Well, not that particular person, but those types of people. They want this sick idea of like normalizing that behavior. I don't know what is the end goal, and it's a woman too. That's what makes this weird. I can understand it was like a man who's just sick, but like it's a woman. So if you look back in their past, 9 times out of 10 they're a victim. I'm pretty sure if you look back in her past, she's some form of victim. I bet you.
Normal for the mythical modern audience is completely and utterly up to them because they know better. In a clip showing how she was super smart because she's monetizing the engagement and is donating to the Trevor Project that helps trans kids get gender treatment and lie to their fucking parents, she says everyone is engaging with her and that makes them an ally. You know, I happen to think that everybody using Elon Musk's X is an ally too because you're accelerating the inevitable. The same way that I thought that anybody incessantly talking about Hogwarts Legacy was an ally because of how triggered they didn't realize made them sell copies of that game to people who...
That Trevor thing isn't a lie. He's not making that up. He put it out the article at the very beginning. I read it.
Richard Close.
That's just wild.
Gotta be because who thinks of this?
You gotta be. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the part. That's the wildest thing. Who is advocating for that? That is the part I don't understand.
Who were never...
So whoever's advocating for that is some form of victim and trying to justify in their head that this is okay.
Play them. Why they buy them?
Or she's a groomer. She's both a victim and a groomer. That's probably it. That's probably she has done this. Maybe that's what this is. And this is usually people of authority. This is not some random woman who's just crazy. This is people who are professors, writers, some form of authoritative figure in a space that has some expertise that people might listen to them based on whatever the subject matter is. That's what makes this scary. It's not a random woman or some weirdo dude who lives down the street who has terrible looks or has those oversized glasses or a case. No, it's usually people you know, people you work with, people you're around, people you wouldn't suspect. People will say all the right things too. You'd be surprised. It's wild as shit.
And multiple copies for systems they don't own, bro. I haven't looked into this tweet, and it's as easy as letting you know that I haven't, because that's what honesty is. But if what they are saying is honest about the discussion of fetishes with young people, Goku in the act of drinking multiple male...
It says that right there. It says, oh, I'm sorry, way too big. Make it bigger. It says, the Trevor Project states that it is a mission to end the game ending among the LGBT young people, but the group has drawn scrutiny for a chat service that's independent investigations have concluded exposes vulnerable children to adults who may be P-word. According to reports, the chat service includes adults discussing extra type of like kinks with children, such as Gokuin, I think that's what it's called. Gokuin, the act of drinking multiple male stuff from a container, and more. The Trevor Project offers an anonymous online chat from the Trevor Space, which is described as a service that allows the youth to connect with an international community of the LGBT young, I'll say rainbow flag, young people ages 13 to 24. I don't know why 13 and 24 should be in the same bracket. Wouldn't it make from like 13 to like probably 17? Wouldn't that make more sense? Why 24? That's very weird. That's not even young people. Like they charge, like if you were to do a crime at the age of 17, probably even 16, they charge you as an adult, depending on how heinous the crime is. Anywhere under, I'm pretty sure like 16.
Richard Close.
Yeah.
WTF.
Yeah, and it says, in some cases, adults in the chat room has discussed advances content with minors and engage them to withhold information about their gender transition from their parents, National Review reported. This is why this is a slippery and dangerous slope. That flag, I don't think it's for LGBT. I think it's a sinister Trojan horse.
Ejaculations, hide your transition from your parents. You know, okay, people must be better and do better according to you people. Inciting eye rolls from those of us fed up with the subtle as a sledgehammer messaging from cult members in an echo chamber that we have been sustaining for a decade. You have robbed the world of comedy. And now that we don't have other things to pay attention to, we'll give you our full attention. Your goal, your approach seems to be to say your stupid thing and then immediately lock the comments or run away. Let's see how long that fucking pans out. You know what I mean? If I buy a game, I'm a transphobe. So it's the bestseller of 2023. But if I don't buy this game, it's because I'm racist, right? Because that's the only reason. That's what you guys have chosen. Get back to furiously revising history for me. You know, because Catwoman was only bad because people are racist. Yeah. How many developers do you think will be laid off by the end of the year? How many journalists? I'm going to drop it. And here's why. The article scrubbed of any mention of the riot. You know, what have you turned me into, knowing that you're always going to change and flip the script later? You know what I mean? You're worse than a woman. I'm eager to see what they pretend. There are dim-witted, impressionable fools that genuinely do not know better. But IGN knows better. And based on their recent behavior, you'd think they're in the same boat as Kotaku. To the patrons, commenters, subscribers, love you, appreciate you. In the next week, there's a beta for First Descendant coming up, so look out for whatever you may want to jump into. I'd love to play stuff with you. It's just a shame none of it's weirdly MMO or Diablo-y enough for me. But eventually.
I'm not gonna lie, I wanted to play the First Descendant. It looks fun. I love the female models. I like the cyber looking futuristic look, and I don't really like cyber futuristic games because they look but like it looks really interesting. And yes, I do love the female models. That is one of the good reasons, but like other than that, like it looks really interesting. Not gonna lie. Looks fun.
We can't save you from getting tagged in a wipeout video, but we can save you big.
What's up, it's Endymion, and recently Games Workshop has announced a whole new slew of content coming from the Warhammer 40k universe in the form of miniatures and more. But if reports are to be believed, things aren't going well for the company.
What's the game name again?
Beyond this, the Assassin's
It's
Creed
called
nonsense
there's the game he was playing. It's called The First Descendant. It's called The First Descendant. It looks really cool, really anime. I think it's made from Korea. Game looks fun. I think it's a third-person shooter. PvE, I think. I don't think it's PvP. It looks like PvE type game. Kind of like Destiny, kind of, but not, it's not Destiny. And it's got a really anime aesthetic. And, made by Korea, I believe, South Korea, I believe. But the game looks really good. Based on what I've seen from, Kael's, like, gameplay, looks really fun. I wanted to play the beta, but I never got to, so.
keeps piling up. And the discourse has reached a fever point where journalists are now saying that players just flat out don't want to play people of color in leading roles within Assassin's Creed games. Which is not true at all, but we'll get there. To begin, Games Workshop hosted a live stream recently where they announced a bunch of new products around things like the Horus Heresy and factions like the Gene Stealers. Suspiciously, the chat was completely locked off and unable to be used by anyone watching, which already kind of told me that Games Workshop wanted to announce their products without having to worry with the actual paying customers, you know, voicing their opinions, which is already not a good sign. It's never a good look when you have roughly 7,000 people watching your livestream about your brand, and you silence every one of their voices so that they can't speak their mind. We know why they're doing it, we're not stupid, but it's sad to see anyways. What's funny to see, however, is that since the whole female Adeptus Custodes backlash, Games Workshop probably thinks that the worst is over. Yet instead on what I'll show you, the damage seems to be long-standing instead. From Wargamer, we have this article titled, Adeptus Custodes Wiped Out of Competitive Warhammer 40k. A new report on Warhammer tournaments results by website StatCheck claims the Adeptus Custodes are being crushed on the top tables. StatCheck is a website that keeps track of every single Warhammer tabletop game win from things like official tournaments and then compiles all of that information into graphs. So players of the hobby can accurately see which factions are performing well and which aren't. Here's the graph on screen here, which, yeah, I know, it's a lot of stuff being presented here at once. But what's interesting is that the Adeptus Custodes have actually been seemingly all but wiped out of competitive play by other factions. While in brackets like beginner and intermediate, Custodes are still winning quite a bit, the higher ups in the skill bracket you get within the official tournament settings, the worse it's going.
I can already see. I can tell why. We all can tell why they turned off the comment section, and we saw who was sitting there talking.
The faction, and that's putting it lightly. In fact, the actual super hardcore audience of Warhammer has all but rejected and buried the Custodes as a viable faction within their hobby. As seen here via Reddit, where StatCheck's Clifford Thomas, who compiles those huge amounts of data, says themselves, Custodes have likely disappeared as a competitive option altogether and have quite literally disappeared from the faction win rate peer versus peer, due to an abysmal 23% win rate among upper quartile ELO players. This may seem like nothing, but you need to realize how competitive gaming affects the market and economy of each individual entertainment property. If something becomes meta in, say, an online game like Destiny, players will swarm that particular weapon or ability because it heightens their possibility of victory. The same can be said about any other game like Call of Duty or even something like Warcraft and beyond. The more viable classes become the go-to picks, which in turn affects the community as a whole, but it obviously goes well beyond this. Whatever becomes meta will also affect the sales of anything tied to those specific concepts within a franchise's broader marketing. Mass Effect is a good example of this. There's a reason why BioWare sells an actual pillow with Garrus or Tali on it and it sells like crazy, and yet you don't have those options for, say, Ashley or Caden. Whatever becomes meta will also affect the sales of anything tied to those specific concepts within a franchise's broader marketing. Because the fandom of Mass Effect clearly loves those characters, which is also why BioWare in this case has plenty of other products tied to both Garrus and Tali due to their fan love. You could say the same thing for Baldur's Gate with Astarion or Shadowheart, or Assassin's Creed with someone like Ezio Auditore. When things are popular within a game's actual world, they trickle down and create new opportunities outside of the game's core gimmick for further monetary gain. Circling this all back to Warhammer, the disrespect and mass exodus of people rejecting female Custodes and the treatment Games Workshop has done to the brand in general has resulted in not only Custodes selling less than they normally would, but they are now being seen as pathetic banners to rally behind within the hardcore Warhammer community. Which is why you're seeing the Custodes in this case being singled out from the other factions when it comes to their performance and popularity. What's happening with the Custodes right now is but a mere taste of the continued decline of that faction's popularity, marketability, and general respect it'll get from the Warhammer community and beyond. This is why when I say you need to respect your customers and the things within franchises, because when you don't, you lose more than just money. You lose popularity and sustainability within these environments too. The fact the Adeptus Custodes have pretty much been all but eliminated from players by various levels of Warhammer is going to drive that faction's popularity into the darkest of the abyss. And in turn it will leave Games Workshop with a slew of products that nobody wants to buy because of what they represent. Games Workshop has effectively killed off the Adeptus Custodes brand completely within a month of making some very moronic choices on their end. And if in 1 month your entire faction has become obsolete from both competitive play and marketing, imagine where that faction will be in a year or two. These companies are shaving off pieces of their own corporate body to appease people with identity politics by pushing things like the female Custodes. And in return, Games Workshop has gained nothing short of zero help from any of these groups claiming that they champion Custodes. Of course, the Custodes were also apparently nerfed, which obviously affected their viability within the actual 40k tabletop, but you combine that with the cultural rejection they've received by the broader community, and it's a recipe for disaster. Warhammer, like others, has become subjugated to the "we need more females in male spaces"
Sit back and and enjoy the show.
We gotta stop playing this fuck game. This has nothing to do with stupid females. This has nothing to do with females. This has nothing to do with females. Females is just a Trojan horse to bring in the real argument. We all know what that argument is. If we're gonna keep pretending this game, this will never end. This will never end. We're gonna keep playing this stupid game. It's not about females. Females are just using as the driving point to let in whatever they really want in there. It has nothing to do with females. Because remember, it was about females, and they instantly went to something completely different, drastic. The female talk is not even brought up all that much anymore. We all know what's being brought up.
Keeps happening. But it also seems that when companies do this, it does nothing but more harm than good. It actually reminds me of this one streamer person who I never heard of until recently because they pretty much went viral for all the wrong reasons. The person in question is named Jehana, or I think that's how you pronounce it. Also, don't harass this person, but they posted this on social media recently, and well, let's take a look.
She wouldn't last 10 minutes in a COD lobby is not, nor has it ever been, a valid excuse for men to act like pieces of human garbage in gaming. I shouldn't have to play a game where all I say is hi and the whole game is thrown and I'm in hell for the next 40 minutes because men are being emotional about it. That is not normal, and that's not how the old COD days were, because I promise you, as a man, you have never had somebody throw on the basis of your gender.
Wow, you're lying. You are lying. You're a liar. Oh my god, you're lying. You have never played Call of Duty if you're saying that stupid shit. You are dumb. I'm sorry. You are a liar. You are a grift. Fuck out of here. You don't even have to be a woman to be jumped by someone on fucking COD. Most cases, they don't jump on you because they hear you. They jump on you because you suck. 9 times out of 10 is either you suck.
Britrick close. Oh yeah,
She's lying. She is lying out of her teeth. Bro, you're lying. You're fucking lying. Stop lying. That is not the case. It has not. Like, that's what you fuck bitches always focus on, the gender shit. That's not the issue. Yeah, I understand there's some dudes who would just jump on a girl because she's actually sitting right there. But the 9 times out of 10, it's not about you're a female. Actually, most men will be nice to you because you are a female back in those days. Let's just be honest. Most men will simp for a woman who is even playing the game, much less on it. I've seen it happen thousands of times. What are you talking about?
That doesn't happen. You can say it happens.
It happens! It does happen! She's full of shit.
You're lying. I'm sorry.
No, you're a grift. You're lying. You're a grift. Fuck you.
I don't know why that's such a common thing in the comments of my videos. You guys want to be oppressed so bad that you'll look at a man telling me he's gonna tell me to get back in the kitchen and say it's not a woman thing.
So you never heard men argue to each other either. You never hear the shit that men said to each other. Are you fucking stupid? Come on, man. This is triggering me now. Like, think about it right now. Like, think to yourself. So every man is just super nice to each other on Modern Warfare, and then once they hear a female or even close to female sounding, they just attack you instantly. Come on, man. Let's not play this stupid game. You're full of shit. No. No. I'm not saying that shit doesn't happen at least once in a while, or even happens, but to pretend like men just don't go at each other because they just happen to be another man, you are full of shit. Men go at each other just for breathing to each other. What are you talking about? What the fuck? Because 9 times out of 10, they're either trying to blow off steam from work, they're having a shitty day, or they're playing the game seriously and their teammate is doing some stupid shit or not putting any effort of, like, helping the team, especially if it's ranked. Oh, fuck you. If it's ranked, you're over. It's over. I can understand if it's like a quick game. Fine. But when it's ranked, you on your own on that one. You on your own on that one. I'm dead serious. You're not gonna fuck up my rank because you're an idiot. No. There's people who put a lot of time and hours in those ranks to get up to the leaderboards, to put it on Twitch and stuff, to make money in X, Y, and Z, and get accolades and all that shit. So she's full of shit. She always focuses. This is a bully hunter ass motherfucker. I'm dead serious. She's a type who wants bully hunters to exist. I'm telling you this now.
And say that happens to you too. It doesn't. There's a reason that historically male-dominated spaces are known for being toxic and unsafe.
So women are never toxic to each other. So women are never toxic to each other. They're just always rainbows and candy corn. Is that what that is? Last I checked, isn't most women who don't hang out with eight women mostly saying the most saying most my friends are males. I can't get along with other females. I just don't know why. Girls just hate me.
You candy corn.
Yeah, I said that. You see why I said that? So like they always say this, oh, most of my friends are male. I just get along with men better. I don't know why. Girls just hate me. Girls just hate you. You know you're toxic when you say shit like that. When a woman says shit like that, she's low-key toxic.
Illusion Irina. Lies, most of your mods are girls.
Wait, why are you talking about the mods? That has nothing to do with it. I'm talking about this. Are you fucking serious? Like she's gonna sit there and be like, men are just not mean to each other. Men are mean to each other all the time.
Aren't we your friends?
Yes, what does that do anything? That has nothing to do with the argument. This is about something really specific. Lady said, did you hear what was going on, sound, or you just sort of heard the first thing that came out of my mouth? Something tells you just walked in.
Illusion Irina.
No, see what I'm saying? She didn't hear the whole story.
Illusion Irina.
Then for the first thing, don't do that. That usually gets you in trouble.
Illusion Irina.
Just walked in.
I just walked in.
Don't do that. That will usually get people in trouble. Don't do that. This lady walked. Okay, this is okay. Let me give you.
This is sound.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna give you the context sound here.
Until recently, because they
Illusion
pretty much
Irina.
went viral for
I was like, what do you mean we are not friends?
Listen to this.
all the wrong reasons. The person in question is named Jehana, or I think that's how you pronounce it. Also, don't harass this person, but they posted this on social media recently, and well, let's take a look.
You wouldn't last 10 minutes in a COD lobby is not, nor has it ever been, a valid excuse for men to act like pieces of human garbage in gaming. I shouldn't have to play a game where all I say is hi and the whole game is thrown and I'm in hell for the next 40 minutes because men are being emotional about it. That is not normal, and that's not how the old COD days were, because
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Men are... Listen, I understand there's some girls who will say hi in the chat, and then some dude will say some crazy shit to them. I know that exists. But for her to sit there and say, men just sit there and quiet, or they're talking to each other so nicely on an open mic. It's not like they're even talking in their party chat like an Xbox or what it can be. I don't know about PSN, but like Xbox or whatever. No. It does not. No. When you played a COD game, it doesn't matter if you was a female, LGBT, or straight heterosexual. If you said some stupid shit, or you're being fucking trolling, or you're doing or you're not playing the game well, especially on a team setting, you fucking suck.
I mean, my ex played COD more than 15 years ago and it was already like that back then, he said.
Yes! She's full of shit. She's talking, what she's saying is, what she's trying to say is, men are just quiet and nice to each other, and as soon as a woman starts talking, they just attack her, and they all gang up on her, and that's it. No. Men gang up each other. You should hear the shit that they say to each other. They say evil shit to each other.
Artextric close. High sound.
They say shit about your height. They say shit about your race. They shit about your gender. They say your skills. everything under the... They talk about your mom. They talk about your dad. They talk about your baby. They talk about your car. They talk about your finance. They talk about your status. They talk about everything, but they don't even know shit about you. They'll just bring up anything.
Irina. They say about your mom.
All the time.
Illusion Irina.
But this bitch is sitting here is talking about, oh, it's just because I'm a woman, they just attack me. No. You're not just because I'm a woman. It may be part of that, maybe somewhere in some of their heads, but majority of them, it's not that. Because 9 times out of 10, most dudes will be nice to a girl on mic. And some of them will just get sexual. It is what it is. But like, 9 times out of 2, they'll be nice to a girl. Or they'll send a dick pic.
I promise you, as a man, you have never had somebody throw on the basis of your gender.
Yes, they do! Yes, they do! What are you talking about?
It doesn't happen.
It does happen!
You're lying. I'm sorry. I don't know why that's such a common thing in the comments of my videos. You guys want to be oppressed so bad that you'll look...
She says she wants to be oppressed, but guess who brought up gender? Guess who brought up them being a woman? It's not like you want to be oppressed too.
Look at a man telling me he's gonna tell me to get back in the kitchen and say...
Men say that to each other at a time. They say they gotta R-word you too.
I never turn my mic on because I'm Thai and I will get roasted for it face with tears of joy.
Yeah, it happens. It's not just women. Men do it too. Some men don't want that smoke. Men say that shit to each other all the time. They say they're like, perfect example. Let me give you an example. This may not be a COD game, but this happened just recently, I think like 2 or a month ago. What's his name? Who's that skinny dude that you guys mentioned to me? From Kick? He wears glasses, he always getting in trouble. His name's not Destiny, it's something... Neon! Remember Neon? For those who know the story, he was on live, and I think he was on Omegle or some shit, and he was going through like a different like people and stuff. He ran into an 8-year-old kid. The 8-year-old was talking crazy fresh to him, and then he said he'll R-word this kid. It looked like a little boy. He was in his room, and he was talking crazy shit to Neon. And Neon was like, "Why are you talking like this?" And the kid just didn't give a fuck, and he kept on going at him. So the Neon responded in Call of Duty fashion.
Neon.
He responded in Call of Duty fashion, said he'll destroy him, and also he'll R-word him, and this, that, and the third. That was an 8-year-old. You don't think grown-ass men don't say that shit to each other on a video game when they have nothing, no repercussions back 15 years ago? Fuck out of here, ho. Can't tell me that shit.
It's not a woman thing?
It's not a woman thing. It's just an evil thing. It is what it is. They say it to each other and men. They say it to children all the time. They'll say it to children. Like, I remember this.
That's insane.
She's full of shit. I understand that that's not a good behavior. I get it. But what you don't understand is the pretend is just you because you're a woman. You're full of fuck shit. I'm not going to play this game. I don't give a fuck. You're my mod or where it kiss me, baby. Don't believe what I'm saying. Get the fuck out because that shit's wild. She's talking as if just because she's a woman, men are just going to attack her. That's not what that is. Some? Maybe. I'm not going to say that's not a possibility, but just because that's the sole reason, fuck you. 9 times out of 10, either you suck at the game or you said some stupid shit. Either one of those two things.
If that happens to you too, it doesn't. There's
Illusion Irina. Some people are just toxic. Your gender doesn't matter.
Your gender does not matter. I remember back in the day, it would be little kids. There's literal videos of dudes recording themselves, and they hear a kid, they attack the kid instantly. They hear a woman, they attack the woman instantly. They hear a feminine man, they attack that person. They hear a dude with a deep voice, they attack him instantly for how deep his voice is. If you're a dude who sounds somewhat normal or white, they'll attack you for that and assume you're white. You don't have to be black. You can be a black dude who sounds super white. They'll say you sound white as shit. That shit don't matter. What most of you girls tend to lose the premise is, it doesn't matter who the fuck you are. If you are human and you have a functioning brain, you are fair game. That's how it goes. We don't need to know who the fuck you are. The fact that those men had bad days, shit that's going on in their life, I know that's not a great way of expressing things, but you have to understand. Human beings are inherently evil half the time. And it was proven, and it was a study showing, if most people had the...
I've been there, trust me.
Yes, that's like, it's been a study proven. If most people can get away with the shit they can do with no repercussions, most people will do it. If men can get away with cheating with their wives or girlfriend knowing, they'll take it. Most of them would. If there was no way it can backtrack to them, it was no way for them to get in trouble, if there's no way of no morality, anything, they will do it. Same thing with women. Actually, it's higher in women than men, believe it or not. Studies show women actually tend to cheat and lie more than that of men. The reason why is because they actually can get away with it sometimes. Some men will justify in their head because they're a woman or whatever's going on in their life, they have every right to cheat. If a man cheats, he's a piece of shit, he needs to be killed, X, Y, and Z, this, that, and third. If ever rarely a man says that to a woman out or in public, because he will be considered a piece of shit. There's studies and videos showing that it was one of showing a girl hitting her boyfriend because, remember, it was a study, and it was also those social experiments. It was showing in public a girl from being mad at her man. She was hitting him and X, Y, and Z, kicking him, saying he's a piece of shit for something. The people around them don't know what's going on, and all the women and men are laughing and taking pictures and saying, "You girl, you get him, X, Y, and Z." Then they did the same study differently in the same place, with the same people, but reverse. Now he's being he's being verbally mean. Did not put his hands on her at all. And then as soon as he got a little louder than usual, in public, not only men ran up on him, women also came with their boyfriends to stop him from talking to her in such a way, not knowing the situation in the slightest, at all. Remember, he did not put his hands on her at all. He just called her a name. Motherfuckers who don't know them ran up on him and say, hey, you can't be talking to a woman like that. So I don't know where this bitch is coming from with this shit. This is a lie.
That goes for gaming. That goes for sports. Any male-dominated space is a bad one.
So women are not evil to each other. So women don't say the shit, I get along with more men than I do with women. That doesn't happen. Now I know Sound came in and said whatever she said. No, my mods do not fight as far as I see it. Airy and Bean and Sound tend to get along just fine. And Mora. I pick them based on their personalities and what they can do. I'm very, very, very vigilant on who I'm picking to be my mod. Same thing with Bride. They don't have no issues or argue. Because I looked very closely at their personality traits based on my psychology training and knew who will work fine with each other in a team setting. That's why they don't fight. And if there was an issue, they usually say sorry and try to help the other person out. Note, I'm not picking them because of their gender. I'm picking them because of their traits. If they happen to be more women, fine. But then again, if there was more men, I would pick them too. But then again, they're not on Men's Day because most of them are not there for that. They're there for the titties on the screen. They're not there because most of those women who are there was genuinely there to learn how to draw. That's why. Not because they're women not going to get along. They can get along because they're women, but majority of women don't get along with each other.
That's not me being sexist. That is me saying there is an inherent issue with the way that you guys have your locker room talk that makes everybody else feel unsafe.
But what I don't understand is why you're not in a female-dominated space right now. Ask yourself this question. She's saying this is a male-dominated space. Fine. Why don't you go to a female-dominated space right now? Because if the male-dominated space is constantly toxic and it's constantly something, why the fuck are you not around the female-dominated space right now? Because you know that the female space is just as or probably more toxic than the men. It is what it is. And most of those bitches are not going to take accountability for their actions. It is what it is. At least the men will take some form of accountability, but most of them will deny it too, so...
Illusion Irina. I had a lot of bosses. Women and men. And I always
like
liked
the
my male
males
bosses
more. You tell me I'm lying now. Tell me I'm lying now. You know what I'm saying? Like, think that through to yourself. I'm not full of shit. I'm not making this shit up. I'm dead serious. If my mod said that, remember, she came and think I was just talking about women. I was not. I was on basis on what we were talking about. Now she understands the context. She's like, man, be honest, I kind of like my male bosses more than my women, because it is proven also that most female sergeants in the military, they're more problematic. Their problematic issue between genders is the females more than the males. They have said it many times. There's a reason for this, because most of those women will not take accountability for their bullshit, and most women know that women bullshit. It is what it is. Women play mind games, and they like playing those bullshit games. It will work with men because men don't have no other choice but to cow down to the situation because of society norms. But women, when women meets the opposition of other women, it's annoying amongst each other because they can't pull bullshit on each other like they can do with men. They can't. And then most girls understand the bullshit girls play. Women know how women are. They see things that men can't see when it comes to other women. Things that men see and just see as a surface level, women might see it in 3 layers, 3 extra layers under that based on what a woman says, how she says it, when she says it, where she is.
Irina. One of them was horrible. She was talking about me and my other female co-worker with our only male co-worker.
I believe it. I believe it. So when
Irina. I hated her with a passion.
See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying right there. Because let's put it this way. If she was talking about her, Sound and her co-worker, and he was male, best believe if Sound and her co-worker came to HR and said X, Y, and Z, his ass would be grass. I'm telling you now, if it was a male individual who was saying shit about the female co-workers or employee, or whatever his status is, whether he's an employee or a boss, his ass would have been over. But because it's female opposition, guess what? It's kind of a he say, she say type situation. It's not going to really much happen. But we're going to look into it. We're going to do an investigation. They don't do shit.
Irina. I think so too.
See what I'm saying? It's some bullshit. So this is why when these women come into these male spaces, as they claim is so toxic, remember, they have the balls to say this in front of these men, put it on the internet, and don't think they're not going to get any opposition. And then when they do get opposition, said, see, they're so toxic. So if they're so fucking toxic, why don't you go to somewhere where females are dominated? Because you know that the females will pull bullshit on you. Or call your punk ass out. That's usually what it will happen. It is what it is. We're not going to sit here and play this stupid fuck game. It is what it is. That is bullshit that she's pulling.
I don't know how you could possibly find it fun to make other.
And I noticed something. Have you guys not noticed that the so-called female spaces that are supposed to be female dominated is actually dominated by men? Do you notice that the makeup industry is usually pushed by male influencers? Do you know the cooking industry is pushed by male influencers? You got your James Charles, makeup guru, whatever the fuck. You got your cooking guru or expert, Gordon fucking Ramsays. Have you noticed this?
Illusion Irina. I just hate those gender wars. There's bad people and there's nice people. Race, gender, or whatever doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Illusion Irina.
They're just evil.
Either you're nice or an ass.
Either one. That's it. It's just evil in itself. It's not a gender thing. It's not even... It could be, but 9 times out of 10, it's just evil people. and people who had a shit day. That's usually what happens.
People feel unsafe. No woman is
You're honestly believing killing people in a video game is gonna make people nice? Come on, man. It's not like you guys are sitting there reading your Bible and they're just calling you crazy or some shit. You're playing a game you're playing a game of killing people. You're gonna think the evil not gonna come out of that too in their mouths? They're playing a video game killing people. What the fuck do you think is gonna happen? Kumbaya? No, that shit ain't happening.
Men to make gaming a safe space with sunshine and rainbows and everything, but could you please be normal? Because I want to be able to enjoy playing the game without my life being threatened.
So mute yourself. If you don't want opposition, mute yourself. If you can't take the opposition,
LOL.
move your punk. You see when I'm on Overwatch? I mute myself. Because I know it's gonna bring hell on earth on the stream. You see why when we was playing VR chat, I did not go in public spaces? Because you don't know who's gonna say what. Mute yourself. It is what it is.
Without my body being threatened, because I'm existing as a woman.
And 9 times out of 10, when people are threatening you on the internet, they're not even serious on the threat. Tell me a situation someone said they threatened someone all the way in, I don't know, Tennessee, arguing with someone all in California.
Especially when you're losing at the game all the time, of course you're gonna be mean after a while.
Yes!
LOL.
And then, because what will happen in, like, Overwatch, like, you're playing Mercy. You're playing Ranked. You're tired of your teammates doing stupid shit. And then you finally say something, and then they're saying, no, I'm not gonna do that. You're gonna get a little irritated, and after a while, you're gonna get annoyed.
Be a support hero today. By using commands like /donation and /cash app.
And the first thing that's gonna come to your head is to say something extremely mean and rude. Or something sarcastic at some point. Like, what the fuck? Like, imagine playing Baptiste, a black guy. You didn't say anything in the chat, but you're telling them in the text chat feature that we're losing. We need to change. We need to switch up our composition. And you're getting a bunch of hate at response. Do they know you're a woman now? You know what I'm saying? You see how stupid this sounds? It has nothing to do with being a woman most of the cases. It's just either you suck at the game, you said some stupid shit, or you just walked into the wrong one. It happens.
And men are the ones making it unsafe. And I do not care if you feel targeted by me saying men, or if you feel attacked by me saying men. You are part of the problem. If you feel attacked by that, you're part of the problem. If you say just mute them, you're part of the problem.
Wow. So men don't mute each other? So I like how these people play blind man and don't press the block button. Or the mute button.
If you sit there and let them say that and you don't intervene, you're part of the problem.
Don't go on VR chat, bitch. Don't go VR chat. You're not gonna like your
Illusion
experience.
Irina. LMAO, you're part of the problem, teach.
I'm always part of the problem. These bitches are always telling someone they're part of the problem. But they never use the mute or the block button. And even when they use it, they still want they want to have make this make sense. They want to have conversations with people who they don't know for no reason. They want to have a very deep conversation while killing people in a video game. Make that make sense. Is that what you're looking for? You looking for deep conversations online?
Because I have a lot of male friends, normal male friends, who don't say slurs and don't threaten people.
Oh, you mean normal male friends that probably might suck your ass?
Sometimes I don't feel like going back and forth with people.
Yes, just mute yourself. Bride knows, men go through it all the time. I don't feel like honestly, like many times, I don't like losing Overwatch, right? I don't like it because I know who I am. So I was like, you know what? I'm not going to play comp. I'm going to jump in quick play. If we lose, we lose. It's not the end of the world. It's a quick game. I shouldn't take it that seriously, right? I understand if I'm playing ranked and I'm trying to go up my rank and I'm trying to put on like Twitch or trying to get, you know, money or whatever case. I get it.
Irina. If you're playing a game, especially a competitive game, you need thick skin face with tears of joy. That's like common sense.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. If you're playing a quick game and you're getting like some type of opposition from someone, don't take it too seriously. They're probably on a shit day. They just don't want to play that role. It is what it is. You're not playing comp. Sometimes, you know, you can put a fire under your team, like saying, hey team, we gotta really do something. Some of them will mostly listen. Others may not say anything. That one person might say, I ain't moving, I ain't doing anything, or be a jackass. It happens. But just to think that everyone should just be kumbaya all the fucking time because you just happen to want to talk on a open chat mic? Are you stupid? I know you're from you're from those woke colleges. You want everyone to be kumbaya to you and only you. And she said, my normal male friends. You think I know your fucking normal male friends? You think I give a shit about your normal real male friends? They probably would suck your ass if you gave them the chance. If right now you said, I normal male friend, want to sleep together? You don't think they'll say yes? Your so-called normal male friend? Come on, man. You're not that bad looking anyway, so fuck you.
And just play like normal. I understand it's not all men. But if you are not one of the men doing this, it is entirely
Illusion Irina.
to help stop
And there's so many other games you don't have to play those games.
Yes, you notice that?
Single player games as
yes,
well, you know.
You notice that? They pick the games that are actually popular and competitive and complaining about it. There's billions of different games you can play. Multiplayer, you can play. Play fucking Animal Crossing. You can play with your friends and have the most deepest conversations ever. Think that to yourself.
If you don't understand that, and you don't understand power imbalances and gender hierarchy...
Oh, God. You see what I'm saying? I told you she's from those fucking colleges. You think any man who comes from work or dealing with bullshit in his life want to hear about gender equality and all that hierarchy shit? Come on, man.
It's not my place to teach you. I'm not your mother. I'm not your...
No, you're not my mom, so shut the fuck up and play the game.
Teacher, close the game.
And if you was my mom won't say stupid shit like this. She will probably say mute yourself and don't talk to no one. Because she has a fucking brain in her head.
Illusion Irina. That's what I was thinking. I play Animal Crossing, I can do whatever I want and chill face with tears of joy.
I bet you she's the type of person, if she plays something called VR chat, she will want some type of reconstruction of the whole game itself.
But stop making this a bad experience for everybody else who's just trying to play the game.
No, you just suck and you don't know when to shut the fuck up.
As you can see, this video has pretty much gone viral in the gaming section of the internet, with a lot of people having a lot of opinions on this, and that's putting it lightly. But what this streamer is saying is exactly why we're having a lot of these problems to begin with. Firstly, let's just be upfront about this and not beat around the bush. Video games are heavily male dominated by default. It just is what it is, the same way makeup is heavily dominated by women as an industry too.
True, but remember, most women will watch male makeup influencers more than they would watch other women. People knows more about James Charles than they know about other female makeup artists. Why is that? Think that to yourself right now. Most people know who Jeffree Star is, know who fucking James Charles is, and I can't think of a third one. But those are the two that you mainly hear in some form of makeup situation. There's not a lot of female ones that you hear about like that's on TV or whatever the case may be. You wonder why.
The main fact we need to just stop lying to ourselves about is that without men, the video game industry would crumble overnight. You can say whatever you want. Oh, women make up 50% of players or whatever other suppose.
That's a lie too. What they did is they add PC, console, and mobile at the same time and put the numbers in and say it was 50%. But if you take out the mobile market, where women dominate the mobile market more because they play like farm games and sim games and all that shit more than men, it's not 50%. I'm telling you now. I will say women make 50% or a little bit more in the mobile market than they do compared to men on PC and console. But once you add those together, then you can say it's 50%. And that's not even great because you have to combine all three. But if we're talking about PC and console, women do not. I'm telling you.
fact you want to scream. The reality is without men, video games would not be a sustainable industry.
Nope.
It just wouldn't. Stop lying to yourselves.
Yes.
Not to mention basically every console, PC, launcher, franchise, and so on, they are all pretty much made predominantly by men for men. Because that's how supply and demand works. If you want to cater to your demographic, you get people who are that demographic to make the things you want to sell to them. So naturally, if a bunch of dudes get together and make something, it's very likely going to cater to the interest of male players. For example, Halo, Doom, Call of Duty, and Warhammer 2. Things made predominantly by men for men, and then these franchises, especially in their earlier days when they didn't cater to every moronic idea under the sun, they made crap loads of money off male customers. And once games and other industries started letting in more women and people who identify as this or that, the industry
That went left. Yes, that's where it went left.
Obviously changed. Games have started pushing ideas that are more so things that women would realistically want to see in games, and in turn those games have not sold well at all or even closed down studios. You want more diverse, politically correct Batman? You did. You got Suicide Squad and it lost $200 million. Or the newer Halo games which keep pushing more female-centric nonsense, or Gears of War as well. I mean, they made a woman the main character over the son of Marcus Phoenix instead in the
stupid move
newer games. Which, okay, fine I guess, but tell me this, what has been more culturally relevant and sold more? The female-led Gears of War, or the previous trilogy where Marcus Phoenix and his bros were killing locusts? We both know the answer to this, let's stop lying just so we don't hurt these people's feelings. The truth is that without men, you don't have a lot of the things in this world. You just don't.
You
and
just
whenever
don't.
I hear some woman complaining about video games, they're also usually the same kind of people that say stupid things like, oh, we don't need men or something. Which is hilarious considering most women who believe this, they live in a society that was built by men, sleeping in houses.
They say that, but look at New York. They say that, look at LA. They say that, look at Detroit. They say that, look at DC. Think that to yourself. Hasn't there been a big influx of women being attacked by undocumented individuals because they could? Remember there was a thing just punching women in the face and getting away with it? It was a trend, not even a trend, it was a thing that was going on TikTok. I think it's still happening to this day. There's a video of a dude who put a belt around a girl's neck, pulled her down, and then made her unconscious, and then he R-worded her in the street.
Irina. I remember that.
There's a dude, I think he was undocumented individual, I think, in New York, pulled down some woman by the neck with a belt, made her unconscious, put her between two cars where you can't really see based on the camera, and he R-worded her right there. It was on Twitter. It was wild. And this was in New York. Pretty much like evening time.
Is also built by men, using the internet, which was designed by men, saying men are worthless as they record themselves on a phone or camera
Illusion
that was
Irina.
also designed by men.
Really
These
fearful
women have become
face.
so
Yes.
pampered and out of
Video's still up there. You can check it on Twitter. The wildest shit, if you want to see what the world's like, the wildest shit that's happening to women, check it on Twitter. And then say you don't need men. That shit's
now
wild.
That's insane.
It was wild.
Illusion Irina.
I thought it was fake. It was
I
real.
just remember a guy running around punching random women.
Yeah, it's some black guy. I think it was some black guy. I think he was an undocumented African man, I think. Or it was some black American, I can't remember. But like, he was punching women in the face for like no reason. And then like he'll come up to them and then
WTF.
He'll come up to them, ask them out, or try to get their number, and once they say no, they're not interested, he'll punch them dead in the face. With no warning. No, the woman who went and made this, it only went viral because some influencer who happens to be high in number in, on TikTok made a video of the giant knot that was on her head that he punched her with.
Illusion Irina. What is wrong with people?
And what's worse is the same state who said defund the police, that same state, New York, said this very shit. The police can't go after him because they can't just you be profiling or it'll be an issue or X, Y, and Z. So when the women went to the police to tell them what happened, the police was doing everything to protect him, so find him. Or look for, or do an investigation. They was like, do you know what he looks like? If you want to ride around in my car, we can look around for him. And the woman's like, I'm not gonna ride around to look for the dude who did me something, so he will see who I look like. Remember what I look like and kill me. Are you mad? Because if he's quick to do that to me,
oh my god,
and he don't know me, just imagine if he got really angry. Remember
Illusion
me.
Irina. That is terrifying.
Man was homeless and was doing it anyway because he could. He recorded it and put it on the internet too. And he was supposed to be some form of fucking activist. Whoa! Saw that one coming. Big twist of, you know what? I'm not even gonna do this. Hold on. I'm not even gonna play this
Dodo
game.
the creator. Skibidi Ohio Riz.
Let me see. Voice. New York. New York.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh my god, it hurts so bad. So I just got punched in the face walking home. So last week I was assaulted in New York City, as you can kind of see here with my black eye.
I was punched in the head in New York City.
What in the world is happening in New York City, as it's not random TikTokers being attacked, but specifically white women? And how did the defund the police protesters popping open pig piñatas, chanting, "Abolish the police! Disarm! Abolish the police!" quickly turned into,
Where's the NYPD? Oh my god!
because they first tried to blame the girls for their victimhood because they weren't constantly in a kung fu stance while walking the streets.
I was just walking on the sidewalk and my head was down. I was like looking at my phone, just sending an email, but I think he just was really mad that my head was down. He was walking a dog, so he took it upon himself to body check me and let me know to be conscious of my surroundings. And I was looking down and I was looking at my phone and like texting, and then out of nowhere this man just came up and hit me in the face.
Didn't even matter for some of them.
I was on my way to work and it was probably 10 a.m. and as I was crossing the street, a man looked at me and within a split second pointed 2 fingers at me in a gun symbol and then slammed a bag, plastic bag full of God knows what down on my face from about a foot.
You don't want to do that. Remember, Hassan said that same stupid shit. I'm pretty sure if they were to defund the police in his area, depending on where he lives, and then the same so-called kids that are just being kids found where he lived, ran up into his mansion and started stealing his shit or attacking him, best believe he wouldn't have that happen. Best believe who's gonna call. Ghostbusters.
With that being said, I couldn't have done anything to prevent this. I was so aware of my surroundings. I was in one of the most densely populated areas of New York. There was 50 plus people around me, and I couldn't have done something if I tried.
I literally just got punched by some man on the sidewalk. He goes, sorry, and then punches me in the head. Holy.
And although TikTok replies were quick to ask why they were vague about who exactly their attackers were,
I
don't
want
to be
racist. What he
racist.
looked like. It happened so quick.
these girls actually seem to be pretty open about describing their ethnicity, and how it's not the same guy, but a similar guy.
The man that hit me was a black male, definitely over 6 feet tall. He had dreads that like didn't quite go to his shoulder, definitely looked unhoused. I have been able to identify that this man is the same as who hit a couple other girls, but what's even scarier is like there's a lot of girls and our descriptions of this man are completely different, meaning this like there's multiple men going around and doing this.
And even actually sharing footage of them.
I ended up taking a video.
Posting up their police wanted posters with information on who to contact to help get them arrested. Because the damage to the girls is very real.
Maybe just in case I have a concussion or something. Luckily, I just got a concussion and this bruise that's gotten much better in the past week. We officially have a concussion, a black eye, and a chipped tooth.
But what's infuriating is how the NYPD tries to juke the crime rates by discouraging police reporting.
I did talk to a police officer and kind of bummed out about that in hindsight because I wanted to file a report, but he told me, he was really nice, honestly, but he told me that the two options were either
get in his car, and we drive around and try to go find this man and arrest him. And
Are you
at
serious?
that point, like, I was uncontrollably sobbing.
Are you fucking serious? Sound, imagine that. Someone punched you dead in the face. You don't know who this motherfucker is, and you go to police, and they said, let's go look for that dude.
And I didn't want to do that. I also had no clue where this man just went, and I didn't want to just, like, endlessly drive around. The second option was file a report, but he told me if we did that, he would have to call an ambulance to check me out. And I straight up said I can't pay for an ambulance. Like, I'm a broke fashion student. That's not an option for me. And he was like, well, that's it. I've since learned from TikTok that that is not true, and I can still file a report without having an ambulance.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Ambulance called.
Reclassifying crimes to simple harassment instead of the actual assault and battery that took place.
When I filed the police report, but basically he was saying that since it was a harassment report.
If you have anyone who says they're okay with defunding the police, they are mentally not sound. I'm telling you now.
I don't usually investigate it, but since similar things have been happening over and over again, they're opening an investigation.
And even when they do make
and if anyone, they'll say they defund the police, they're not mentally sound, what will happen is when shit goes wrong for them, guess who they call first?
Arrest, they immediately set them free.
So I got the news that they did arrest him and find him, and I was ecstatic. Then I found out that at his arraignment for assault, he was let go with zero bail to go back out in the streets until his trial. This man is dangerous, he's mentally ill, and he's just roaming around on the streets right now to hurt anyone.
Which the revolving door of New York City's justice system is already having dire consequences. And nothing turns a bleeding heart liberal into a die-hard conservative faster than being the victim of your own political beliefs. Because I genuinely feel sorry for every one of those girls, even if they marched in every BLM, abolish the police rally, and mailed in ballots for every blue policy that destroyed their city. Not because I don't blame people for getting exactly what they voted for, but because no one is coming to save them. As a common theme—
No, we don't need men. We don't need men. We don't need men. Remember that. We don't need men. Remember they said that? We don't need men.
Close. New York concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing
that you can do. You're not right. You're not wrong, Brian. No, we don't need men. We don't need that. They'll be just fine.
We've seen recently is low information voters being tricked into thinking safety is the default setting of nature, when in fact, weak vulnerable women being able to carelessly go about their day.
Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of
joy. I'm
gonna
sit here and tell you, I believe that men and women need each other. I'm not gonna be one of those men who gotta sit there and say I don't need a woman. I think we all need each other in some form. We all need each other. To sit here and say, I don't need no woman, you're full of shit, Jace. Women are just as valuable to have as for women to have for men. But what these modern women forget to, what they seem to forget, that the comfortability that they have been given by men, by the protection of men, has gone out the window so fast. Because I'll never say that I don't need a woman. I do need a woman. I think women are very much needed. But the way these modern women are made, they are not needed. Women who are willing to work with each other and the others and with men are more valuable than women who say that stupid shit. You eat women? Yes, I do. I eat women all the day.
In a city full of predators is the most unnatural thing to happen in reality, and I don't call them weak and...
That's all you need. They just need to work together. That's it. People are willing to work in a team setting and have a community thinking.
Congratulations.
Spare me.
You've
no.
Received 100
no.
Messages today.
I will munch on you. I will munch on you. I think it makes sense to people who have community thinking, whether you're a man or a woman. We need each other. We need the protection of each other and the love from each other. But to pretend this segregation shit is going to work, you're a fucking idiot. You're just gaslighting yourself, thinking you don't need the other one because the other one actually makes it easy for you to say that. I'm your grandma's toes. I am your grandma's toes. My grandma's dead. Fuck that bitch.
Vulnerable to be mean. I just mean I don't subscribe to what Marvel movies are teaching you to believe about the average woman's ability to fight off the average male criminal. That's why I strongly believe that two-way rights are women's rights, because I don't live in the delusion that simultaneously disarming the innocent while coddling the criminals is going to result in anything other than third world levels of crime. Case in point, with New York City, subway crimes are skyrocketing. The former NYPD captain turned mayor tries to ignore it.
And shooters in 2020.
Oh, he's a bitch too. Fuck him. Fuck him. He's a bitch too.
23 and double-digit decreases in subway crime in February 2024. Because I heard you say that it's up in February. It's actually down.
While
He's such a
suspiciously
shill.
also deploying our military into those same allegedly safe subways. Then the citizens protest the police presence inside their transit system.
Jeffrey Dahmer of the century. Women edition. Doesn't that exist already? Wasn't there like a serial killer that was eating women at one point? I think he ate women. Wasn't there like twin brothers? I think it was no, I'm thinking something different.
Not to mention arrest any civilians that would dare protect subway passengers, which coincidentally, this article links back to the NYPD officer that lost his life, as his murderer had 21 previous arrests, including a gun charge that he was quickly released from, as equally liberal Illinois is also having their own issues with soft on crime policies having dire consequences for their children, which honestly isn't surprising, as this was always their movement's mission. And anybody that just went along.
I hate these fucking white saviors. I hate them. I'm dead serious. I hate white saviors.
Weber. Teach, I just sent some art help.
Okay. I'll look in a second. I hate the white saviors. They're the most annoying out of all of them. I found them more annoying than like the feminists and all of them.
With this isn't so much stupid as they are naive.
White saviors.
So many of these abolish the police people have absolutely zero understanding of what it is to live in the state of lawlessness. As I personally moved from the dumpster fire that is deep blue Los Angeles to a quiet little college town that actually has a very proactive police department, and some of my new neighbors have the audacity to complain that when the local coppers find and arrest an actual Chilean home burglary crew from basically a didn't match their surroundings traffic stop, the locals here are naive enough to question if that was enough probable cause, and is this possible police overreach, bending over backwards to stand up for the poor migrant gang that can no longer bust down your door with ARs and Wi-Fi jammers, all because they simply can't fathom the idea of personally being the victim, as they've had it too good for too long. And just like these women in New York City, they won't realize the error of their ways until they're face down and concussed in the gutter, wondering why they're paying first world prices for third world living. So if you appreciate my concise. As the TikTok trend of white women being randomly attacked in New York City went viral, the first girl that posted her story apparently has over 1 million TikTok followers. So it actually resulted in an arrest, as the New York Post reports the man charged is allegedly a fringe political candidate, where apparently he
I told you he was an activist. See, Bri? I told you he was an activist. The motherfucker was an activist. I told you he was over here hurting women, and he's an activist. He was physically hurting women, and he's an activist. Make that make sense. How does that make sense? What the fuck?
Interesting digital footprint.
I found my injunction mark, signed by the officers, mark. Look, 26 mark, of September mark. Look at this mark. These people is racist, mark. They refuse to find my document, mark, due to the color of my skin, mark.
And a long history.
Yeah, he's not mentally sound.
Of bothering women in the streets.
Slow down. What you
Illusion Irina. What in the world?
I told you, the guy I was talking about, he was an activist. And this is the same man who was attacking women, harassing them and trying to get with them, and then when they say no, he punched them dead in the face. I was not making this shit up.
Illusion Irina. Mentally challenged.
Yes.
Pay attention so you won't walk into people.
Can you stop?
Just slow down.
I'm going.
You almost walked through me.
Hey, princess, girl. I'm Skabuki, Marcus Garvey grandson. I was curious to know where you got all that swag from.
I was curious, why y'all dressed like that? Why? It just look hoish-like, sluttish-like.
Hey. This is the only
Ray
type of
Animalia
black
Weber.
people that the white people
How
don't like
did
to
I
hang
just
with.
now make that connection? Did you say he challenges women?
No, he
makes me embarrassed to be a woman sometimes.
No, he physically puts his hands on women. As soon as he acts them out, or tries to get with them, or tries to riz them, they want nothing to do with him, and then they say no. They try to walk away, and he attacks them. He physically punches them in the face, or jumps them, or whatever the case may be.
Richard close. Interesting.
Yep.
Black girls that don't do their hair.
Ray Animalia Weber. Gross, that's rushing things a bit sheesh.
Hey.
That's not rushing them, that's just straight violation.
Hey. This is the only type of black people that the white people don't like to hang with. It's black girls that don't do their hair.
I went all the way on the other side.
Democrats.
He followed me and started recording me.
Democrats.
I pushed the camera out my face, and that's when he started hitting me.
You crazy.
And he hit multiple times.
Yeah, okay.
Note this.
Why he sound like Tyler the Creator LMAO.
Democrats.
Let me remember, this woman here is telling this police officer that he is harassing her. And he's over here saying Democrat and X, Y, and Z, or what the fuck he's saying, right? And note, I guess the police officer doesn't do anything at all. She walks away, goes into the train, he follows her, and then harasses her again. Watch this.
You crazy. Yeah, okay.
Ray Animalia Weber. Why do men think they're more entitled to touch a woman's things without their permission?
No, this is not a man.
I would
This
have
is
kicked a guy in the nuts and ball sack if they touched me without permission.
no. This is a
no offense, teach.
This is not a man thing.
Night
This
red.
is a mentally
Be a
ill
support
individual.
hero today.
Because most
By
men
using commands like
most men with
/donation
sense
and
wouldn't do anything like
/
this.
Cash App.
Because they know they'll get opposition and they'll get problems. This man fears nothing because he has a mental illness that's happening. He's clearly not sound right now. He says he's an activist, but he's attacking women and X, Y, and Z. You can't be an activist when you're
Richard
attacking
Close.
people physically.
Wild.
Remember.
Ray Animalia Weber. Oh.
He's not.
From the way you explained it, I thought it was a dude. My bad. LOL. Face with tears of
No,
joy.
it's a mentally ill individual. I think he's homeless. I believe he's homeless. Look, the same woman he was complaining to the cops didn't do anything, and he came back saying it's me harassing her. She's just minding her business. She don't want to be bothered. She's on her phone. The same woman he was complaining on him to the cops didn't do anything because they're defunded and everything. They don't want no opposition. They want to be the next news article, the next Black Lives Matter reason, and destroy the next neighborhoods destroyed and all that shit. They just leave him be. And then he came back to harass her again. No reason.
It's me.
And her claims are consistent with the Daily Mail story on him, where they report he's run for mayor, governor, and city council.
Note, he's trying to run for mayor, city council. He's trying to be his political shit.
But already had a court date this week due to a previous arrest. And the official NYPD's post about the unprovoked attack stated even though he was arrested and charged, he has an extensive criminal record, including for similar attacks where he was quickly released into the streets, as this will be his third arrest in 6 months.
Note, Bri, imagine someone run up on your nieces and do this shit. Imagine a mentally ill person runs up on your nieces, Bri, and do this very thing.
Illusion Irina. This guy belongs in a mental hospital, I'm sorry.
Yes, he does. Imagine that. I'm pretty sure Bri wouldn't take that sitting down. He'd probably kick his ass. I'm pretty sure Bri would want to kick his ass. Imagine, they walk up on your nieces. I don't know how old your nieces is. Maybe they're even kids. And he walks up on them. He says something that is inappropriate. They want nothing to do with him. and the first thing he says, the second thing he does is deck him in the face. I don't think Bri will be too happy with that.
So this is equal parts infuriating and sad. For one, the fact that the NYPD is publicly blasting the district attorney's office for making police work essentially just for show. As they're aware of this danger to society, the public is aware there's nothing they can do.
Fight.
Yes, that's wild.
Illusion Irina. Dude, if anyone would even try to hurt my nieces, he'd be sorry he was even born.
Yes. Oh, I remember your niece. Is she still doing the drawings?
About it, so much that apparently even the guy feels comfortable recording himself doing it and uploading it to the internet as if it's helping him win political office. But the worst part about all of this is if the first girl that got a goose egg on her head didn't happen to be a famous social media influencer, then the TikTok...
I'd probably end up in jail.
Yep. I'll be right behind you on that one.
Algorithm would have never trended her clip to match with other...
They're in elementary school and preschool.
Yeah, but you know how sick these individuals are.
Yes, she still draws, but not as much as she used to. White smiling face.
Aww. Aww. Aww.
Woman experiencing the same thing. Just like how TikTok had also randomly connected girls that were all dating the same guy, all because when they complained, they were using the same keywords to describe his job and his location. So if this would-be governor didn't randomly ban...
Mine are 12, 8, and 5 months.
Yeah, but you know how weird these sickos are. It doesn't even matter if they're like of age. Some of these men are mentally ill and lost. And I wouldn't put it past them if something like that has happened. Like some weird 30, 40-year-old man walked up to a 12-year-old, said some weird shit because he thought she was like probably 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. She probably mentions her age. And then he's like, it don't matter. We can still be friends. You know how that goes. And then she says, I want nothing to do with you. And he decks her directly in the face because he's not mentally sound.
As a girl that was deemed important by these social media gods, he probably...
Like, think of it this way. If he's willing to do, like, if he's willing to be that brazen, to not only follow the woman who was complaining in front of the cop in front of him, and the cop didn't do anything, best believe I wouldn't put it past him if he tried to do this with young girls younger than that age.
He never would have been brought to justice. Because this definitely isn't the same guy that attacked those...
I know how sick they are cause I've seen this sort of stuff happen in front of me and others, horny old dudes that go sickeningly insane over a smoking hot woman and want to bang them half the time.
Other
Even the
girls
young
that aren't
women then they
famous
go and claim rape. Happens all the time down here.
That's wild.
The Women's Caucus NYC complains about the attacks, to which the majority leader of the city council replied, "Where are the men calling this out?" To which she got slammed with the obvious answer as to why men can't protect you.
Yes! He went to jail for stopping a homeless man from hurting people. He ended up killing the man, I don't think on purpose, but he choked him a little too long and he killed him. But the point was, the reason why that man died is because this man, this white guy, was protecting the citizens that was in that train, because I think he had a knife and he wanted to kill people. And because he stopped him and effectively killed him in the process by choking him out too long, that's why most men don't step in. So when women sit there and say that stupid shit saying we don't need no man, best believe they didn't get an opposition yet. That's what happens. Oops, sorry, my bad.
Important by these social media gods, he probably never would have been brought to justice. Because slammed with the obvious answer as to why men can't protect you in New York City, as scenes like these are constantly coming out of NYC's subway system.
That was him. So yeah, that's him. I think he was pretending to punch people. I think he had a knife on him, but he was pretending to punch people in the face, and I think he hit one of those women.
And most men would like to believe they're not a coward, but deep blue cities have become so pro-criminal that even though New York City's Women's Caucus demands you to step in to stop this insanity, they would equally be calling for your head if you did while having the wrong color skin. And if vigilantism isn't allowed, will the city finally step in?
I'm proud to announce that we are taking the next step forward in our ongoing efforts to make our subways even safer and ensure New Yorkers feel safer in the transit system. We'll be publishing the impact and use policy for electromagnetic weapons detection systems here in New York City.
What the fuck is this?
And honestly, I don't think all this money being spent or the military being sent
A.
would ever change the
Amelia
fact
Weber.
that if you
With how large their subways are, I doubt they will stay safe for very long, tbh.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Sound.
you don't punish and imprison the people actually attacking society, you're never going to be able to provide safety. Sure, that expensive body scanner probably provided one of your political buddies with millions of dollars from your taxpayers, but that device doesn't stop the psychos from shouting while shadowboxing the subway doors. And what a sad situation that puts the average New Yorker in, where unless you're rich enough to not only afford private transportation and their new congestion tax to drive through the city, you're stuck in a tiny metal tube with known violent felons, where your safety is now in the hands of wannabe politicians underground because of the actual politicians above the ground. So if you appreciate my concise, light-order commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully...
That's wild, bro.
At Kai Cenat's New York City large gathering, the police were quickly overrun as the mob took over the city. And without the cops, food trucks get ransacked, as this street vendor actually gets attacked and robbed.
Why do you do that to him?
Remember that? Remember that? And as I said, they robbed a old, I think, Latina man. Latino. I think he's Latino. He's a Latino man.
Amelia Weber. Not to mention who knows what sort of criminals or homeless or dangerous people can very easily just step into the subway.
Yes.
Easily. Then
Yes.
chaos.
Yes.
They need to get their SH together.
Yep.
Yo, chill. Yo. Yo. Chill.
So millionaire socialist Twitch streamer Hassan reacts with this.
I f***ing despise local media, dude. There you go. How much they exacerbate, like, narratives that you see on Fox News. What role they play in the boomer reactionary
Obviously he's gonna go after Fox News. It's easier for him to go after Fox News.
pipeline.
But if this motherfucker, if this was in his area, close to his area, and there was robbing shit, I don't think you'd be saying that so fast. Because if it was next to his house, close to his house, where he lives, and they knew he lived up here, I bet you he'll call that same cops.
Local media talking about $3 worth of Doritos.
One banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10?
You've never actually set foot in a supermarket, have you?
Like, you know, there was a bank run or some shit. They have a vested interest in
Amelia
running a
Weber.
narrative.
The news media is only allowed to say a certain amount before they get into trouble. Teach you know.
Yeah, we don't know.
N underscore or underscore.
No,
local
I'm not talking about
underscore
that.
NCR underscore Ranger. Hola.
No, hello. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about him specifically.
Narrative that like something incredibly violent occurred today.
Yes, the non-violence of cars being destroyed, the non-violence of what was originally reported as a gunshot, but was actually just an arm being blown open by a firework, and the non-violence of police being pummeled with bottles. Now, I normally wouldn't pay any attention to the literal embodiment of an oxymoron, like streamers that live in million-dollar mansions taking money from people that don't live in mansions, all while preaching how great socialism would be. But the day of Kai's riots, I actually predicted Hassan's reaction. And at this point, I actually wonder if I'm the fool here, because if I was a left-wing YouTuber instead, I wouldn't need to gather all this video evidence, dig deep into what's hidden in the mainstream media news articles, and try to present concise, rational responses to what's really happening in the world, when I could just lie. And here's the thing. I criticize the hypocrisy of Hassan, but almost out of sheer jealousy. Here I am, struggling in my tiny LA apartment, recording demonetized videos in my kitchen, trying to bring truth to the people that don't want to spend hours sifting through social media and news outlets to try to piece together whatever reality we can. Because I know what Hassan's problem here is. He absolutely has no concept of what life is like for the working poor, living check to check, always on the brink of bankruptcy. Does he know the profit margins of a food truck or a street vendor in New York City? Does he know the anxiety of going back to a job that you just got attacked at? Absolutely not. And you can tell because he basically mocks the working man being attacked by the mob, saying it's no big deal, and basically saying, okay, boomer, to the people that don't want riots in the streets. Then reacts with, it's only $3 Doritos, not like like it's a bank run because $3 means absolutely
Nothing to him. Remember, that's that man's legacy.
Underscore local underscore NCR underscore ranger.
Why is bro remind me of a hater?
Why is bro remind me of a hater?
What makes him a hater?
Sheesh. He sounds like an aristocrat.
Yeah, because he doesn't think that's important. He doesn't think that $3 chips that old man had to stack up every night and be there early in the day for those teenagers to go steal all his shit and then beat his ass for. They didn't think that. He didn't think that. He just saw it as like, oh, they're just trying to be mean to these kids. No, fuck out of here.
Underscore local underscore NCR underscore ranger. His tone sounds like a Twitter user loudly crying face.
No, more like, what's the word? Not Stephen Hawking. Christopher Walken.
When you drive luxury vehicles while wearing designer jewelry. And notice how you would only find it concerning if the banks were affected. Funny how it's only newsworthy if rich people might be impacted. But I honestly don't expect much from someone that says this.
You only see the looting of Target. You don't see the redistribution of the goods that they took from Target back to the community.
Yeah, all the
Are you fucking serious? Oh my god, this dude. I swear to god, I hate Hassan. This motherfucker.
TVs and sneakers were directly redistributed back into the community. Never mind the fact that looting and theft actually closed down stores in poor communities that Hassan doesn't live in. Never mind the fact that those closures are only eliminating jobs that Hassan would never do. Never mind the fact that looted merchandise gets fenced online.
Yes.
Where places like Amazon get a nice cut of those goods being
It's
resold
funny when
over.
mega rich people like that lose all of their money, then they quit laughing at us poorer folks.
Didn't he complain about something about he's not getting enough views anymore? And people are like looking at him like, dude, you get more views than most average people. What the fuck are you talking about? Was he complaining about that?
With the internet.
Like a couple of months ago?
The same Amazon that conveniently owns Twitch, where Hassan also makes his millions. But none of that is relevant because I'm not talking to him. I understand
OMG,
there is a higher
drawing when I am me looking down at my drawing me the F.
Oh my gosh, hi bruh. Hi. Bruh is drawing when I am me looking down at my drawing me the fuck. What?
hierarchy to the internet. A small YouTuber like me doesn't have relevance at their scale. The same way I'll do commentary on Joe Rogan or Tim Pool, but not channels with 1,000 subs just starting out their YouTube journey. Because for him to even acknowledge me and my argument shows 1, there's validity to my logic, so he needs to get a spin on it so he can reassure his audience on what they should think. But 2, small channels with good points can actually derail the narrative that they are carefully curating with censorship.
Correct.
So although it's quite the conundrum for them, he doesn't actually need to address it at all. Because
Richard
why?
Close.
His audience doesn't want
whining and
evidence.
stuff.
They don't need
Yeah.
logic. They apparently are perfectly fine with just handing him money in exchange for getting their updated left-wing talking points. And oh my god,
Ray
that's such a great
Amelia
grift.
Weber.
I feel like millionaire socialist streamers
that
are like the
reminded I
mumble
sent you
rappers
that
of
thing
internet.
over Discord. It's a bit revealing though, as it's lingerie smiling face with
I understand.
open
I
mouth
will
and
get to
cold
it.
sweat.
I don't think I'll be able to get. I don't think we're gonna be playing. I don't think we're gonna be playing Cult of the Lamb today. We'll probably play it tomorrow.
Content where no one exactly understands what the heck they're
I understand. I'm trying to get this done as fast as possible. When you're done, and then I'll help you. And then we'll end the stream.
saying, but the industry does enjoy the useful idiots they create, so they'll always be
Secrets
propped
Girl
up and pushed to the
211.
top of the front page.
I
So if
suck
you
well this
appreciate my
looking.
concise,
Mid,
lighthearted
but what we
commentary on
talking
what's
about here?
actually happening in the world, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check.
I suck well this looking mid, but what are we talking about here? Hassan being a bitch. Pretty much. Being unself-aware of his situation. Let me see here. I suck. Well, what do you mean you suck? Wait, are you comparing drawings? Is that what you're doing? Don't ever do that.
Secrets Girl 211. LOL.
After having his forehead permanently branded over his nuisance streams, Johnny Somali turned to live streaming the country while it was under attack and everyone else was inside hiding, trying to make amends with me, which we can go more into later, and now seemingly always streaming with a bodyguard looking character while also having a separate cameraman. As he's out there live streaming street
Illusion
parties,
Irina.
interacting with the
I'm
local
sure you
girls,
don't suck.
but sometimes
Don't
his
put
past still
yourself
comes
down.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't compare my work to your work. Your journey is different from mine. So, like I always say this to students, like if you're trying to improve on your work or your drawings, Never compare, because what you might accelerate in something faster than I did. So what took me 5 years to get here might take you 2 months. So especially if you started. So don't ever take what I'm doing as in like, oh, I'm not gonna be good enough, because everyone will excel faster than others in other things. So you may be good at, say, background drawings, right? I'm not good at doing background drawings. That might be your thing.
Amelia Weber. Draw them nude or in underwear. It helps improve their posture of something.
Told you. See, now she's taking my advice.
It's back to haunt him.
Why is he talking like this? Why are you talking? Why are you angry? No one's angry. You're coming here. Bro, look. Come here. You're coming and disrespecting women. Why?
And hecklers are the least of his worries, as apparently the crew that scarred his face with a literal sword caught him in the streets without his bodyguard.
Hey, my friend! Ain't nobody wanna talk to your girlfriend. My friend! We're friends? Bro, what is this? Why do you have this? You snitch. What is this? Bro, what is this thing? You're gonna make problems today or what? I wanna ask you Bro, can we stop, bro?
Why you snitch on me?
We talked enough.
Why you snitch on me?
Because you guys cut my head. We're not starting this right now. We're not starting this right now. We're not starting this right now. We're not starting this right now.
Why you snitch on me?
Richard
We're not starting
Rose.
this right now.
People grow at different rates.
Yes, Bry's right. Everyone grow at different rates. So what you're into, like for instance, Mono said he's getting good at drawing furry stuff. I didn't really teach him drawing anything about furries, but maybe my concepts that I taught him, he was able to apply them to the furry stuff. Maybe the furry stuff he's better at. I don't draw furry shit like that. I think the only time I drew anything furry was like 2 times in my entire lifetime. One was a study, and one someone asked me just to draw because they paid me for it. So I was like, it is what it is. But like, he said my lessons has helped him improve faster. Now he's drawing furry stuff. I was like, well, that's a win, I guess, because as long as he feels like he's getting something of value out of my teachings, then that's fine.
I cannot bring myself to draw them nude, however, as it is so embarrassing to draw the extra details on a woman's chest. Makes
Why?
me shudder a little, tbh.
But why?
Secrets Girl 211. Question: a bit off topic, but you ever have them moments where you just sit there and stare into space and think you whole life wondering why you did what you did? N_er_local_NCR_Ranger. I draw random stuff that comes to mind.
Yes. Okay, so wait, first let me ask the first question. I know this is off topic, but have you ever had one of those moments where you just sit there and stare into space and think? I think that virtually happens to everyone in some form. I don't think that's like, I think everyone has experienced that at least one time, whether it's a couple seconds to a minute, to either sitting on the edge of your bed or like just with a group of friends or at a party. That happens. There's times where we just have those epiphanies. That's normal. That's called self-reflecting. That's a good thing. If you're self-reflecting, that means something is either wrong or you've noticed something is wrong. Now, since you notice something is wrong, you detect something is wrong, it is up to you now, whether as a teenager, adult, or even a kid, to figure out and fix that thing.
Amelia Weber. That happens when I have inspiration to draw and then I wonder why I'm sitting on my bed with my sketchbook. N_er_local_NCR_Ranger. That never happened to me.
You're special. But anyway, the point is like, what I'm saying is that I think that happens to virtually everyone at some point, whether you notice it or not. Like, oh fuck, that like, for instance,
Secrets Girl 211.
like that moment is like, oh fuck, I made that mistake.
You're not human.
Like they'll sit there and say, oh shit, I really made that mistake, or I should have really not made that comment, or think about it now, that shit I did was kind of stupid.
Illusion Irina. Happened to me a few times.
Yeah, like that shit I said, should have worded that better to that parent, to that friend, to that cousin, to that student, or to that teacher, whoever. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter who it is, status-wise, what their relationship between them are. We all have that moment where, oh shit, I kind of said something kind of dumb, or I did something kind of stupid. I said something kind of stupid. The way I acted was not really my best impression or my best outlet of who I am, or some shit like that. We have been through that. Or they'll have a come to Logan Paul moment and say, I have seen a lap in my judgment.
After having been around too much Victoria's Secret malls, now it's got me wanting to draw women in intimate clothing or stuff like that, cause it's basic.
It is. It's ultimately basic, but in most cases, because there's nothing holding you back from the imagination of what the body is from that point.
Chill out. Let's talk. What's up? Let's talk. Like men. Okay, like men. We don't come and press stop. No, I'm alone. Relax. Yo, I don't want no problem. Bro, help me, bro. Yo, bro, what the?
And as he's likely being beaten, pleading for help, his cameraman flees for himself.
When you come up with a good comeback hours later.
Hey, don't touch me, man.
When you come back with a good comeback hours later, yeah, that too.
And also appears to be taken to the floor and robbed of Johnny's phone. And comments suggest they are speaking Arabic, openly admitting to stealing his phone, and even trying to concoct an alibi, not knowing they're streaming live. Then the stream eventually mysteriously disconnects. Now that was several days ago, and he hasn't streamed since, and I believe his social media accounts have been posting, but it could just be scheduled posts from before he disappeared from this earth, or it could...
Okay, gotta tell something super sweet that happened.
Okay.
Be the dudes that robbed him posting as him.
They're not even exactly punching him, more like pushing him around. Hard to see this as a fight. N_local_NCR_Ranger. One of my friends left me cause their girlfriend said I look cute in a photo skull.
Your friend's gotta get over himself. Actually, quite honestly, that girlfriend's an idiot. I don't think it makes a, well, it's not, no, that's stupid. It's not bad to be honest, but your friend should be, like, have a little more thicker skin.
N_local_NCR_Ranger. It was a baby photo skull.
I see what you did there.
Him from his still logged in social media accounts, as I think he's trying to crowdfund.
This happens to me all the time. I'm like, damn, I should have said that.
Yeah.
A new phone, but honestly I just don't trust anything crowdfunding related. And I don't even think Johnny can go to the police for assistance, as he has open cases against him, and I believe he's overstayed his visa for over a month. And it's not even like I'm necessarily trying to help him out either. I guess this is sort of a I told you so moment for me, as getting jumped in the street is somewhat of a occupational hazard for someone who made a name for themselves being a public nuisance. Now it doesn't mean I celebrate the fact that he's out there finding out, as he did somewhat try to make amends with me on Twitter, saying he'll no longer go after me and he just wants to change his life. To which, even after everything and all the mean words he said about me,
sad. So remember when you said to get my BF some Nike slides, I got him them and he cried and was all over me the rest of the night. He was so happy.
Your boyfriend cried over some Nikes? Oh my god. Oh fuck,
Ray and Amelia Weber. Maybe they jumped him cause he was a jerk?
Yeah,
that's what I'm getting from this anyway.
Yes, he was a jerk a long time ago. He's Johnny Somali. He was known for being an asshole to Asian people and Middle Eastern people. Now he's finding out. Now he's saying that he wants a new leaf and he's trying not to cause any more trouble, but because he made such a reputation of himself of being an asshole towards groups of people and stuff, now he's finding out. And now, even when he's trying to be not a problem, his past will come and haunt him now.
I do hope he finds a way
This is why you should be very careful on how you say things, do things, and also, if you're going to say things, be mindful that there will be an opposition towards it. Like, for instance, I'll say something about feminists. Just like let's use an example. Like, I was talking about...
Girl 211. BC, his family doesn't have any money, so he has never had something nice. Illusion Irina. UFCK around, you'll find out.
Yeah.
Ray and Amelia Weber. I mean, I can understand why they would go after him if it was recent, but that stuff was done years ago and they still want to attack him. That hurts. Britriclos.
Well, you should have
Maybe
been an
he really
asshole.
likes Nikes.
That too. Maybe he really likes Nikes. But yeah, this is what happened. This is like, for instance, I was talking about that bitch in the last video about in Demion, about she was talking about all men are just attacking women because they're just on video games, and Sound came in and thought I was talking about just women, but she didn't hear the whole context, and because she didn't heard the whole context, she felt obligated to defend her position for women. But when I gave her context on what was happening, then she understands where the fuck I was coming from. This is why you should be very careful on how you say things and do things, and don't say anything unless you know the whole context. That's why when someone says something, like, say for instance, if that girl was talking, if I walked in her stream and she was talking about men.
I've only seen this sort of thing happen maybe once or twice before, but other reports have shown the same thing, but the media tries to keep it really hush-hush.
They usually do. Oh, this is not media stuff, this is more of an internet problem. So like, if I were to walk into that Indian girl's stream and I didn't know what she was talking about, I wouldn't say anything, because I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I will have to know the whole context and then X, Y, and Z.
Get himself on a better path, as a lot of his streams recently don't look like he's doing real well.
N_local_NCR_Ranger. If your boyfriend or lover is crying all over you because of SS, and acting like they care, that's just sad.
What is SS?
And although he's apologized to the few Japanese he does come across.
So you know me from Japanese news, everything? I'm sorry, brother. I want to apologize. I love you, brother. You know I'm a YouTuber. I do crazy stuff. I went to prison 4 months. I already punished. Japanese, they put me Osaka jail 4 months. Long time. I'm punished. I changed my life. Nice to meet you, brother. Go to my hotel. Go home. Thank you, brother.
Night, bud.
God bless you.
Be a support hero today. By using commands like /donation and /cash app N_local_NCR_Ranger SS.
I'm not really sure what that is.
This is the same guy he's partying with several days later, but in the case that's not the same guy. And
I think you're trying to spell sneakers?
I'm not saying we all look alike, but they do look like the same guy. And what are the chances of, in the Middle East, having two Asian dudes with the same hat, hoodie, and denim jacket combination? I don't know. Maybe it isn't. But the original point is, his apology seems sincere here. But remember way back when he was bothering the Japanese in subways? He also put out what appeared to be a sincere apology.
I really apologize in that live stream. It's not the content I'm trying to make. I acknowledge my comments were inexcusable, disrespectful to the history of Japan. This is a country that deserves respect.
And as we already know, he went right back into streaming unemployed.
Yet. Secrets Girl 211. He cares about me and you don't know what his life was like, and just stop. It isn't sad, like, don't be like that.
No, you gotta put in context, Secrets. It's like, you gotta put in context like this.
Ariane Amelia Weber. Yikes.
We live in times where things are really expensive, right? So a dude crying over Nike shoes is not all that impressive. So we're looking at it as kind of like sad-ish. Not really to him, but we're just looking at like the well, for me, I'm looking at, I can't speak for Ranger, but I'm looking at like economy-wise, like as an adult. I don't know what Ranger sees it as, but I'm seeing it that way. Like that type of shit is not something worth like crying over. Something to be grateful for, say thank you and shit, but I don't think that's worth crying over. But I understand when people are poor and they don't get much, getting something like Nike shoes could be like a blessing to them, but really it's not. It's more of the thought of it than it is.
N_local_NCR_Ranger. You're speaking for me though.
No, I'm not speaking for you.
Ariane Amelia Weber. The economy is failing, and quickly. I will be amazed if the world can recover from it, and soon.
Yeah, like, I'm not speaking for Ranger because I don't know what his reasons for saying it's sad for. I think it's sad because it's like, well, I don't think it's important to cry over some shoes, because shoes are shoes. You can always get shoes from like Walmart. But I don't really value something like Nikes and Gucci and all that shit. That shit's fucking lame. It's just rich people food. Rich people trinkets just to have, just to say you have it, because most poor people want rich people shit. That's why. It is what it is. There's no reason to have a Gucci bag if you just have a regular bag. They do the same fucking thing. It's just one has one of elaborate design compared to the other, and it's just overly priced.
Secrets Girl 211. Let's say Ranger is rich, he might say it's sad, which makes me believe you just stuck up and she.
No, you're just making a narrative for yourself. No, you can't do that. You're making a narrative. That doesn't make him...
Amelia Weber. You should see people that cry and are homeless not being able to afford maybe a small loaf of bread or even a candy bar.
I would understand.
Then you see their true colors. N_er_local_NCR_Ranger. My contacts is basically, it's depressing to be crying over sneakers or slides.
Like let's put it this way. If you like, I don't know how old your boyfriend is, but let's just say in the minds of
rich people food, LOL.
Let's say like you're an adult, and you're living, you're paying rent. Your rent is like 1,800 or something like that.
_local_NCR_Ranger.
And you had extra
I'm not
money,
even rich.
and you gave it to your boyfriend. I can understand that's something worth crying over, because that's something that helps him live. You know what I'm saying? You don't need shoes to live. You guys see it like that of an adult. Like, most people will cry over you giving them rent money than that you gave them sneakers. Because sneakers are sneakers. After a while, they just become a shoe. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't value Nike shoes and fucking Gucci and all that. That shit's it's just trinkets. It's just fucking trinkets. That's all it is at that point. You know, it is what it is. It's just rich people shit. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? So, I would understand crying over that.
_local_NCR_Ranger. If you want to know, I'm pretty poor actually. I have 3 jobs now and I just got out of college.
See I'm saying, like, if say, I don't know if Ranger is paying living with his parents or what the fuck? I don't know if he's living with his parents or he's paying rent, but if you were to give Ranger like rent money, right? I think that's something worth crying over more, because people are not willing to give money like that in these times of how things are, and I understand, right? So that's something worth crying for. But because your boyfriend's probably young and he doesn't get much, then I can see why he's kind of crying for it. But I'm looking at it as an adult, not looking at it as like someone who's just happens to be poor and stuff, because I'm no more poor than y'all. We're all
Secrets
poor.
Girl 211.
Most of us are.
He's 16 and got kicked out, so he has never had anything nice, and that's not the only reason he was crying and in just sorry I can't today, I'm stupid, shut up.
I don't think you're stupid. You're just young. I don't think you're stupid. I don't think kids are stupid because they happen to be young.
Amelia Weber.
They're stupid based on their
For
actions.
the people that don't even barely wear clothes, like in my town, they're grateful to have an area to even call a small home off the streets for even a couple of nights with no homes, no medical, and can barely feed their children and beg people on the streets to help them and find them food or to even be fed or clothed. Changed my heart about them, but I'm still weary of them.
Yes.
Illusion Irina. You're not stupid.
You're not stupid. Well, I'm just saying, this is why context matters. You said he's not from a very great upbringing, or he's poor, or whatever the case may be. So I can understand in a young person's ideals.
Feed your mods.
Feed your mods. I hate you, Bri. I can see in why he's crying. I get that, because he's young and he doesn't get much. So like Nike shoes seems like a win.
Irina.
But
we are about 12 to 13 years older, so we see things differently probably.
Yeah, and because of that, you're seeing it as me being nice to him. He doesn't get much, so that's that you're doing him a service in that sense. I can see that how that works between young people. But
yes, feed your mods. We are all starving.
But god damn y'all, I swear to God. So don't feel like we're attacking you. I'm not attacking you. You're still a kid. Like, like you're a teenager, but like you're a kid. Like I understand that, but like that's where I'm not really going at him, because if he's like 20 something years old and he's living on his own.
What about seeing it in the perspective if they were adults?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying. I'm seeing as perspective as an adult. But if he was 24 or higher, 23, or even in his 20s, and he was living on his own, and he was paying rent like $1,800, almost to $2,000 or more, and he's crying over some fuck shoes, I'm like, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Stop crying over shoes or shoes. I know people personally who are becoming homeless right now because the economy is shit and no one will take them to get a job. You know it'd be nice if
N_local_NCR_Ranger. Good news actually.
Wait a minute. But like, it is what it like. That's why I'm not going at you, Secrets, because you're a kid.
N_local_NCR_Ranger. My first houses is gonna be built in 1 month.
Ooh, cool. Look at that, Ranger. Let's go. That's a win. Now that's something to cry over. As an adult, I'm saying. But I know you're a kid, so I'm not going to go at you or your boyfriend. He's young. They're still young. You have that young mindset. So that's why he's crying over sneakers. He's got to realize crying over sneakers is not going to be all that important. He's got to start realizing how stupid that is.
N_local_NCR_Ranger. It was $10,000 bucks.
Ooh.
Secrets Girl
Cheap.
211. Okay, let me add Al details. One, I got him slides, and then my dad said he can live with me. He was crying BC of both, so I need to add more contexts. N_local_NCR_Ranger. I'm not gonna be able to buy for food a week.
You know, you gotta be on that ramen noodle shit, bro. I guess you're trying to save. That's crazy. Okay, let me add all details. One, I got him slides, and then my dad said he can live with me. He said crying because, okay, that makes sense. If he's homeless, then I can understand that. Now, that's something to cry over. Not shoes. Because at first it was about the shoes. Oh, I'm probably, like, glitching out. At first it was about the shoes.
N_local_NCR_Ranger. Yab. Britric close. Niaki.
See, now that makes more sense.
N_local_NCR_Ranger.
I'm Naruto now.
I'm Naruto now. Loudly crying face. Loudly crying face.
He's Naruto now.
Close. Okay.
That makes more sense now. That's better context than it was before. That's why I said look at context for what it is.
Behaviors in multiple countries, and after suffering multiple beatings, he literally looks like he's been aging in dog years, as I think these two clips were filmed less than a year apart. But I honestly still hope he somehow turns it all around and does something.
I forgot about the house part. I'm just not able to think anymore. Just moved him into my house, so can't think.
Okay, I know he lives with you, but don't get pregnant. Because, you know, teenagers.
Positive before karma hunts him down and steals his.
And he'll really fuck up your life. Don't get pregnant. None of these times. Don't get pregnant none of these times. Don't fucking do it. Don't do it. I know you got probably low-key say you won't, but it is very tempting. You got a dude who's your boyfriend, who's living with your dad and you, or whatever the case may be, and young boys are still boys. We still have hormones and shit.
Irina.
Don't get pregnant.
Safety first. Don't get pregnant.
Don't get pregnant. I'm just saying that now. I remember saying this to my cousin. Now he's regretting that very thing. I'll be right back, guys.
Irina.
Hold on.
Kids are so expensive.
Yes, they are. Oh,
Secrets
shit.
Girl 211.
Hold on, guys. Sorry.
OMG, I'm not gonna. I don't think I won't promise.
Alright.
Amelia Weber.
I was young.
Tempting.
Oh, shit.
The dad wouldn't let them in the same room together teach. Britric close.
You know, these new age
the
parents.
Ramen and milk diet. Stream elements.
Ramen and milk diet.
Glad Roger just rated the channel with 2 viewers. PogChamp.
Hey, everybody. Hold on, guys.
Yo-ho,
what? We're right back. Hold on, guys.
Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Gladra YOH show. Rogers_hands. Yo-ho-ho-ho kappa. Ray Amelia Weber. Guess Teach couldn't hold it. Illusion Irina. Teach, how dare you? Ultra Instinct _ Twitch _ I am. Yo ho 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 ho. Illusion Irina. Leave us like this.
Alright, there we go. Sorry.
Close.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to run to the bathroom.
Thanks for the raid.
Thanks for the raid, guys. Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry. I had to go to the bathroom.
Illusion Irina. Bible Thump.
Bible Thump. Is that what they...
Roger.
What do they call it?
Yo ho ho, much love to ya, Artex. Wish you a fantastic art streamy.
Thank you, bro.
Glody LOVE. A few new PBs on our side.
Hey.
With the Robbie Aenian Swanee, I need to add her still as emote, but I will ASAP. Ultra Instinct _ Twitch _ I am.
No problem.
Yo ho 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 ho.
Yo ho ho.
Secrets Girl 211. I don't have a space bedroom, so he gonna be in the same room but different beds.
Okay.
N _ local _ ranger. I just realized if I 3D print more power armor and sell them, and I'll be rich ASF.
Oh, oh, you're still playing
Amelia Weber.
Fallout.
Oh.
Cool. Thank you so much, Cap. I do appreciate it. Hey, Ultra, what's going on, bro? Yo ho ho. Hey, guys. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate it. Over here, about to finish up this drawing, and then I'll have to call it a day. I'll stop around 7:30, 7:30, yeah. So I got an hour left, and I'll jump right off. Let's see. The only thing left is that I need to color the white, and then
Ultra Instinct _ Twitch _ I am. Hope you're doing alright, Artex.
Yes,
we'll be lurking and playing more Kufed DLC.
Gotcha, bro. I got you. Thank you. I appreciate it so much, guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Sorry I had to run to the bathroom real quick. That was my bad. You guys just happened to come at that time I was running to the bathroom.
Ray Amelia Weber. Teach, you're forgetting something, smirking face.
Am I? Oh, no.
Secrets
I'm
Girl
not gonna forget.
211.
I'm not gonna forget.
My room not that big, so beds not to fare apart /
Remember,
Ultra Instinct _ Twitch _ I am.
You're saying beds.
I have made a lot of progress. Illusion Irina. Yet, listen, I was your age too and said things like that. Face with tears of joy, just be careful, face with tears of joy.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Secrets Girl 211.
This is how I look at it.
So.
Like, I understand that you say you're not gonna do anything, I get that. But remember, we was all young at one point, and remember, you don't need a bed
Twitch _
to
I
do
am.
the dirty.
Also, I somehow have 202% in the main game now. I think coins got duped or something. Kappa. Ray Amelia Weber. That bedroom was a little too visual, now I cannot unsee it.
Like, wait, is it... So he said 200%.
N _ local _ ranger. Don't give him any ideas or you'll likely end up pregnant.
Yeah. You don't want to get pregnant in these times. You don't want that, trust me. Try to tell my mod that. Now she got a whole grown baby. And I'm pretty sure she's somewhat regretting that now. I tried to tell her. But she didn't listen to me.
Ultra Instinct _ Twitch _ I am. I have 22% for the DLC also, so 224% Kappa. Illusion Irina. Face with tears of joy. N _ local _ ranger. And don't get in a flirty or a fight with him. Nowadays teenager boys will get pissed and mentally ill.
But he can't just get pissed and then just get mentally ill. What the hell?
I want to tell that to so many people flaunting their pregnancy bellies all over TikTok like they're proud that they opened up their legs. Ultra Instinct _ Twitch _ I am. I have the divine relic now, Kappa. Illusion Irina. I got surgery so I can't get pregnant anymore.
Okay.
Ultra Instinct _ Twitch _ I am. I am pissed and mentally ill, so LUL.
You just get pissed and then all of a sudden we get mentally ill. That's wild. That was funny.
Now, do I genuinely think he's going to be this shining example of redemption online? No, not really, as most of his apologies turned out to be insincere.
My little brother who was pissed at her girl killed himself 2 hours ago.
Oh shit.
Artextric. What face with tears of joy, 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 face with tears of joy.
The girl goes up 2 hours ago.
N_local_NCR_Ranger. His. Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I am also a teenager though,
now.
Kappa. Illusion Irina. What fearful face.
I don't think Ranger's serious. And if he is serious, well...
Secrets Girl 211.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
I have never done anything like YK, but if I do I will use pretension. I won't ever do it until I'm like 19.
Right.
N_local_NCR_Ranger. He shoot himself 4 times on a live stream.
4 times?
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I I'm not no child though, Kappa. Illusion Irina. Riot. Amelia Weber. OMG, enough way to visual. Artextric. The voice read mine at the worst time. Illusion Irina. I almost believed you there, face with tears of joy.
How do you shoot yourself 4 times? You must be
Illusion Irina. Teach and I call BS.
Do you need to download an aimbot? That's what you need to do.
I tapped with nothing at 15 and nothing happened. Kappa LUL.
I tapped with
Secrets Girl 211.
No, you're
sorry for you. N_local_NCR_Ranger. Kaiden, he died to drowning in 2015.
That's real specific. I don't know why the year has to matter. I don't believe you now. I don't believe you. Even if you're telling me, I don't believe you still. That's bullshit. Also, you have to mention the year. Why does the year have to matter?
Amelia Weber. Maybe Teach should be a little careful of what I am going to ask me to show how to draw on the sketch. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Illusion Irina. First time I slept at my boyfriend's house and it happened. Face with tears of joy. I also told myself I wouldn't do anything. Face with tears of joy. Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I If they drowned, why be so specific?
Specific kind of.
Coulda said they jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge, Kappa. N_local_NCR_Ranger. I can literally go to his grave and send you a photo.
That could be anybody.
Secrets Girl
That's not good enough.
211.
That is not good enough. Anyway, you don't need to prove it to some strangers that this man is dead. That's a waste of time. I could say my cousin died by jumping off a bridge in 2011, and I'll take a picture of some dead person and send to you off the internet.
Ain't no way.
Help. That's bullshit. And even if you're telling me the truth, don't matter to me anyway. I don't know this motherfucker. I don't know this motherfucker. So, like, him being dead or alive doesn't really bother me. I'll say, sorry for your loss. But other than that, that's all that is from that point. Because I don't know that motherfucker. Sorry about if he did drown or not. In 2015. That was really specific. That was mad specific. I was like, why? Why does the year matter? Most dead people need to be told what year was.
It's not really funny, as my biological oldest brother committed suicide last year and I saw his obituary and attended his funeral. N_local_NCR_Ranger.
Alright, why are you bringing that
his
up?
Little name is Cooper Howard. I can literally send you a photo whose grave right now. Secrets Girl 211.
You don't need to prove this to strangers on the internet.
Right now, what I do.
That's the point I'm saying. You don't need to prove that. Like, no one's either, well, whether they're dying or not, it doesn't matter. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. That'll be nothing.
Amelia Weber.
And that's such a basic name to have.
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I
His name is
anyway,
Cooper Howard. That's
you don't
that's
need protection
that's
to
1,010 men who are named that.
Really sensitive, Kappa.
You don't need the protection to stop pregnancy unless you're
N_local_NCR_Ranger. Kidding, I'm naming Cooper Howard's little brother who died Skull.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Like,
Richard
that's real
Close.
specific. That's such a
We
that's a
believe
John
you.
Doe response. Name is John Doe. Was like, you go for. I've been on the internet long enough to know what bullshit smells like on the internet. I'm not gonna pull that bullshit. You could have had us if you said my little brother died. That's it. I'm like, oh, also sad. Most people would just run, oh, sorry, hear that, moved on. But when you start going more like, I could prove it, guys. I'm like, okay, you're proving a dead person.
Illusion Irina. Wait, did we ask for all this info?
No, that's where I know it's bullshit.
What I do, should I push him off me or, sorry, just need help?
Wait, are you asking us to stop your boyfriend from doing the devil's dance with you? Is that what you're telling us? Are you asking us that question? Are you really asking us that question? Ain't he your boyfriend? Shouldn't you have him on like a leash in some form? Shouldn't he know how to control his punk ass self? What the fuck? What kind of question is this? You're asking us on how to control your boyfriend. That's you picked him. You picked that man. You should know what he's capable of. Nah, I ain't tell you nothing. That you should know what this man's capable of at that point. Plus, your dad's there. The fuck?
What should I do? PLS. N_local _NCR Ranger. Push him hard ASF. Illusion Irina. If he doesn't accept a no, he ain't the one anyway. Amelia Weber. People used to make fun of me for blogging, so I had to take a picture of my oldest brother's ashes to prove he was gone cause of the teasing.
Why? Why would you do this? No! No, Ari. No. I'm gonna call you out right now. You do. What is wrong with y'all? This is why most people should not have internet. This is exactly why majority of most people should not have internet. You're
Illusion
trying to prove
Irina.
to people who don't give a
OMG,
flying
I do not
shit
believe
about.
this.
Yes.
Like
what the fuck?
Local
No.
NCR
You're not telling me
Ranger.
this. I hope you're trolling.
Hold up. Didn't you break up with your boyfriend for something 2 days ago?
No, that was the other guy.
Amelia Weber. Cause of the teasing.
What? And you think it's just gonna stop?
Richard Close.
You got some nice bullies.
Tell him that you ain't feeling it.
You got some reasonable bullies. You think that's gonna stop?
Illusion Irina. Damn, we trolling today.
I think we're trolling today, yes.
Local _NCR Ranger. Now I'm confused. Did you breaks up with the guy from 2 days ago on last stream or what? I'm hella confused. Loudly crying face. Secrets Girl 211. No, and IMA get slaped if I push I him hard ASF.
What kind of boyfriends you fucking?
_Twitch_I am. On my first time, at 15, I used no protection, and I went for a half hour, cause I'm not sensitive, but that's a mix of adrenaline too.
Wait, bro,
no
why are you bringing this up?
Planted, but y'all take one touch, not even 5 minutes
Whoa.
later, I can't pull out, then boom baby kappa LUL.
Bro, why are you
Illusion
bringing...
Irina.
What is wrong with y'all?
TMI. Ultrainstinct _Twitch_I am.
What is happening?
Oh sorry MB.
What the
Secrets
fuck?
Girl 211.
What is happening?
Yeah, and it was like 5 days ago.
What kind of dudes are... Wait. The slapping or you breaking up? I don't know. You got some nice bullies, Ari. If that worked, you got some nice bullies. I have never heard bullies tease you and they just stop after having some evidence.
I have no idea. N_local _NCR Ranger. So the guy you're with is a new boyfriend? You haven't been together for 2 weeks and he's on you. Skull. Illusion Irina. It would be nice if the comments would be kinda appropriate, guys.
Yes, please.
Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Secrets Girl 211. Yell loudly crying face skull. Richard Close.
Okay.
So we just telling everything on this beautiful Sunday, hey?
Right?
Amelia Weber. They did mainly cause the friends were my oldest bio brother's family members.
You got some strange
Irina.
friends.
Apparently.
I'm sorry, you
Secrets
got some
Girl
strange friends.
211. FR. Ultrainstinct _ Twitch _ I am. That's only the beginning, but I will end it here, Kappa.
Wait,
Ultrainstinct
what I don't
Twitch
understand.
_ I am.
What I don't understand is,
LUL.
what does giving proof to someone who
Illusion
is dead or
Irina.
not prove?
Thanks for ending it here, appreciate it.
Thank you.
N _
All right,
local _ ranger. ALR, I need you to push him off and say we haven't been together for long enough. Can you stop? That's what therapy says.
I think she's low-key trolling, to be honest, on that one. I don't think she's being dead serious. Because there's no way. There's no way.
Close. Confession Sunday, I guess, LOL.
Today's Sunday? Oh my god, today's fucking Sunday. I thought today was Saturday.
Amelia Weber. Who me? Illusion Irina.
No,
Let's talk
I'm talking
about something
Secrets
else.
Girl.
Maybe this isn't a therapy session. Secrets Girl 211. Skull. I said get off and he said sorry and got off, but now I'm sad now. I'm cool and I like this guy though and he's sad now.
Okay, we're done talking about your love life.
Ultrainstinct _ Twitch _ I am. It's Sans Day Kappa.
Okay, no more of your love life. I'm not hearing more of this. It's questionable as fuck and also feels a little bit of a trolling. But like, no more of this. Don't not bring up any more of your love life. Don't want to hear about that though. You're a teenager anyway. No, I don't want to hear that shit.
Secrets Girl 211. Loudly crying face. N _ local _ ranger. Yeah, I'm calling BS. You broke up with a guy 5 days ago and you're with a new guy who's moving in with you. Ultrainstinct _ Twitch _ I am. Sans Day,
Okay,
meaning you're
no
gonna
more.
have a bad time, LUL.
Okay, no more of this.
Amelia Weber. Right when you told them not to. N _ local _ ranger. No more.
Yeah, no more of that.
Illusion
we're not
Irina.
talking about her love life.
We are not talking about this anymore.
Yeah, no more. What I want to talk about is
be a support hero today.
Is
by using commands like
at least
/
this was a
donation
little
and
more easier to talk about.
/ cash app.
Is that I don't get Ari
Secrets Girl
of
211.
the whole.
One, he is my dad's BFF's son and sorry done.
Alright, we're done with that. Alright, so what I don't understand, Ari, where you have to prove to your so-called friends that your biological brother or whatever is dead. What does that do for them? I don't understand that. What does that do for them? Most people who hear someone die just take it face value and just move the fuck on because they don't want to talk about death. Why the fuck is your friends
N _
doing this?
local _ ranger. No more for the love the holy lord. Stop talking about one person. Thumbs up sign. Close. Anyway, so what's y'all been watching lately? Moral Lather. MEEP. Illusion Irina.
Meep.
Hi Mora. Moral Lather. Keep forgetting you're banned on TikTok.
Obviously.
Close. Meeb.
That's the part I don't understand. Why is it
Ultrainstinct _ Twitch _ I am. At Close I started Full Metal Alchemist. Moral Lather.
Oh, which one? The first one?
At Illusion Irina Hoy
the
3.
one from that was made in 05 or the
local _ ranger. I love death.
Wait.
Laughing face.
Are you talking about the one
Moral
from
Lather.
05 or are you talking about
At
Brotherhood?
Close Meep. Smiley face. Illusion Irina. At Close I was watching Bridgerton the new season. Ultrainstinct _ Twitch _ I am. The first one.
Okay, I gotta move fast. I got 30 minutes. Alright, I'm not done. I just gotta color the skin and then do the hair and then I'm done. And then I have to help
Illusion
Ari.
Irina.
So I'll do
Oh,
this
so
fast.
not Brotherhood.
I think it's the
Secrets
05
Girl
one? Oh yeah, the
211.
05 one. Okay, 2005. Or
Okay, Holly
2004.
Cow Skull Death.
No, I think it was like 20... it was
Laughing
03.
face.
I think it came out 03 and ended in 05.
Ultrainstinct _ Twitch _ I am. I am starting from the beginning, okay Kappa.
Is there a good reason for that?
Controversy about myself in the stream this week. The reason I did this was because Joe Biden is coming in 3 days. I'm trying to help Joe Biden get reelected. Joe Biden is going back to Hiroshima.
As he's now saying the exact opposite.
We need
Moral
Trump back in
Lather.
office. If you're
The old
watching my
one is
live
better.
from 2000, guys, Please, November, if you live in the United States,
Illusion
vote Donald
Irina.
Trump.
Now, he
I
wouldn't
was
be the
watching
first
both
online
Fullmetal
personality
Alchemist
to
and
grift
Fullmetal
off of
Alchemist
whatever political
Brotherhood.
takes are currently the most
Ray
popular,
Animalia
but maybe
Weber.
he's genuine.
I never said they were friends. But they were harassing me. They told me I was bolting and saying random, and when I told them I was serious and was in a bad mental state, they thought I was bluffing and told them they weren't there to attend his funeral, have the last talk with him before he died or did his deed. They didn't have the text messages I did. Probably bullies from Facebook and a couple of random other people who were my parents' friends who assumed I was bluffing. Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I
Why
am.
would you in a whole conversation?
Fall
That's
2003
the part I don't
start.
understand. Why whole conversation?
Close.
They already think you're bullshitting.
I've been watching Go Go
Genuinely
Loser
changed.
Rangers.
Go Go
Illusion
Loser
Irina.
Rangers!
I like the end of Brotherhood better cause it's like the manga.
Yes, I think exactly from the manga.
And I know I'm just being a naive optimist here, but I guess I just would feel somewhat guilty as if I was documenting this dude's descent into essentially potential death, and the entire time if I was just cheering it on saying, you get what you deserve, all while making catchy AI songs of him calling me racial slurs and running advertisements alongside his demise. I would likely feel at least a little guilty, as I'd probably be specifically referenced in his eulogy. But if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on the live streamer that's trying to redeem his image by going after predators on his show and accidentally exposing how the police protect them.
N_local_NCR_Ranger. I haven't been watching anything, I've been staring at my hands in the ceiling questioning my existence of humanity.
Kick streamer
You need to play a video game, bro.
Vitali has recently turned his live stream into this generation's version of To Catch a Predator if Chris Hansen was on HGH.
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I am. Yet I don't think I will ever vote. My vote will probably not matter anyway, Kappa. Ray Animalia
Usually
Weber.
doesn't anyway.
Why do they always try to advertise a subscription at the end of every YouTube video?
Because people don't click on the subscription if not reminded. It's a common thing. I do the same thing. Because most people don't do it. Because YouTube is free. Like, if you have Netflix or Disney Plus or whatever the fuck, you're paying them up front. So it would be nice to let you know beginning, middle, and end that subscribe, because most people are fucking lazy to press a button. That's why.
Come outside. Are you
N_local_NCR_Ranger.
After he pelts him with paintballs.
I've been playing Halo Reach in Fallout 4 and New Vegas.
So let that be your reason. Sitting there wanderings of the of X, Y, and Z is almost like a waste of time to a
Or
certain
they forget
extent.
it even exists, Kappa.
Yes. How many times I watch a free YouTube video and I forgot to subscribe because whatever I was watching was more important to me than actually the person who I wanted to support. That happens more. That's why people do that, because it's free. If the free market didn't exist the way it did and stuff, you'll be paying YouTube right now. If YouTube went down the way, well, YouTube Red exists, but if YouTube went down the way of like Netflix and stuff, y'all will never have nothing to watch.
He also paints other PDFs he finds.
Oh, not me? We gave him the evidence? Alright guys, as you can tell, we caught another...
Now, although unconventional, I can't really say what he's doing is wrong, I just have questions. Like, does Vitali risk any legal issues himself by doing this? And how does he have 3 young dudes that are willing to strip down with an old man in a bathroom and be on camera while doing this? And most interestingly, how did online gambling of all things somehow become involved in busting these internet predators? Because I think that's the biggest wild card out of all of this. As most people I know see stake as slots and digital dice games, but now their brand will always be affiliated with vigilantism and exposing PDFs. But I guess this is just the new generation of corporate consciousness, not sponsoring the conventional safe things, but the important things. That's why it's great we have the sponsor for today's video, PDS Debt. So I know it's hard to very top. Now, catching predators for entertainment debt analysis with PDS Debt. It just takes 30 seconds when you head over to pdsdebt.com/decoyvoice to get your free debt assessment today. Now, catching predators for entertainment is nothing new, as back in 2004, Chris Hansen had a hit show doing it for 3 years. And here we are 2 decades later, doing the same exact
Speaking
thing,
of things to
except with...
watch, short-form content has been killing my head recently, and heavily edited videos where there is so much information so quickly kappa.
Well, see, short-form content is effective, but I don't think it's good for your brain. I don't think it's good for young people's brains mostly. I think it could be pretty dangerous after a while because they can't focus. It causes like a manufactured ADHD type thing for them. Because I remember talking to a friend of mine, and she said she was trying to learn how to cook, right? But so I sent her a YouTube video. The YouTube video was only like 5 to 6 minutes long.
_Twitch_IM. That is the most of what is on YouTube now. It hurts my head yet. My focus is terrible.
Yeah, and then like it's like 5 to 6 minutes long. She literally said to me, "This is way too long of a video." And I said, "Bro, it's literally 6 minutes long at max." She's like, "Yeah, but can you send me something like from TikTok, something like more faster?" I was like, "Oh my god." No, this is someone in their 20s. I can imagine someone who's 10 years old. I can see why. I see why this short form content could be dangerous to a certain extent. That doom scrolling shit.
_Twitch_IM. I love longer videos. I watch videos several
hours long. Yeah, because if you watch videos longer and you make it a habit to watch more longer videos, your focus will be way better. Your focus, like the dopamine hit, all of that would be so much better. Your focus will be so much better. Everything you do will be you won't be able to be so easily distracted. If you mentally, because you can really fix your brain that way. You can reprogram your brain by looking at more longer content. This is why I would always tell someone like Sound or even Ari, if you want to improve more on your drawing, you should, especially if you're focusing like on anime.
_Ranger. I'm the only person on my cousin who has never seen a YouTube short or a TikTok short.
You have never seen a TikTok or a YouTube? Are you for real?
_local_NCR_Ranger. Literally the only thing I watch is live streams and PewDiePie clips and other YouTubers. I'm not gonna speak up because I'll be here forever. Secrets Girl 211. What I miss, why we going so deep into this talk?
The talk about YouTube shorts?
_Twitch_IM. My focus is bad, but I still watch long videos a lot, like I watched Panenkoak's 3HRS45M video in almost one sitting, about SM64's invisible walls.
Sounds really interesting, to be honest. Whatever that is, that sounds interesting.
Much less support from law.
But yeah, I think it's best to like keep like I would always say something to like my.
Man, I love video essays.
Yeah, they're very nice. Like, oh, the one that we saw, Bri, with every anime artist is almost connected to everyone. Like at this point, like it's wild. Like I like those.
N_local_NCR_Ranger. I have 20 YouTubes like Soap and Waka Waka. Ultrainstinct_Twitch_IM. I'll send it to you to watch later.
Alright. There was one, you know what? Let me bring it up now. Hold up.
Britriclos. Yeah, that one was crazy.
That was crazy. I did not expect any of that to be a thing. That was wild to me. I'll make this one a video. So this is from Leaks.
Amelia Weber. Be right back, teach.
Alright. This is the seinen that never ended. So this is one. I can make this into a video. Let me see if I could. Okay, yeah. Let's go.
So,
ultrainstinct_twitch_IM. If you want to watch for now, he made a montage of all the invisible walls.
Sadly, I can't right now because I got 20 minutes. I gotta finish this off and then answer Ari when she comes back. I don't have time to do that. I have to get this done. I have to get off in 20 minutes.
I decided to read this manga called Blame. And
N__local_.
5 years ago, I came across a video
Ranger.
that for some reason stuck with me
Cool.
for a long time. On May 27, 2017, PewDiePie uploaded something that wasn't supposed to be anything special, yet for some reason, I still remember it to this day. And it was when he uploaded a video that was called My Favorite Manga. If you are not one of the 2.4 million people that have seen this, I'll leave it linked in the description. But if I wanted to summarize it, it's really just a 4-minute video of him talking about what he considers to be his favorite story of all time. That story being a manga called Blame. But simplifying it doesn't really paint the picture. What it really is a video that's unscripted. It's got barely any editing. It's the furthest thing you would ever expect from the same guy who was known for meme reviews and reaction videos. This was different. This was weirdly vulnerable. It didn't take much time for me to notice that the tone of this video was way more serious. It felt like for the first time I wasn't watching this usual persona that was meant to make
N__local_Ranger. The bridge when he said the N-word?
No, not that one.
people laugh. And he said something that I still think about to this day.
I love Blame because of a lot of small reasons. I love it because the art improves so much just from volume 1 to volume 2. It's so interesting to see the artist grow while making the manga and seeing him improve. I love because it's an 18+ manga, but it still takes itself seriously enough not to overdo the gore and all the sexual bits, even though I do love anime titties.
My
I
mom
love
is
it
a little
because
too curious about my love life.
Wait, why are you telling us this, Ari?
Me, it's like a friend. It's a friend that you can revisit whenever you feel like it, and you find out something new that you didn't know before.
Okay, first of all, wow. Second of all, this dude just went back to making meme reviews after this, and I was just left there with my dick in my hand. I've never been so moved to read a manga in my entire fucking life, so I did. I listened to him and I went to go read Blame. I read the story that he said was really interesting, and
it's fine.
Okay, I'm not gonna make the same joke twice. I told a friend that I was gonna be making a video on Blame, and he was like, cool, what's it about? And I was like, I don't know! I don't fucking know! I thought it was just me, but then I googled it, and it turns out this is pretty much the universal experience for anyone who's read it. This was by far the most confusing shit I've ever read in my life. I couldn't even find the right way to pronounce the title. I've heard Blame, Blem, Bloom, Blom, Glam. So it made me wonder, is this guy just about the worst storyteller to ever exist? Or is he a genius? Spoiler alert, he's a fucking genius. There's two things that I can most definitely confirm about the story of Blame. One, you meet a guy who literally has the word kill in his name. Two, what he has in his hands is basically a nuclear weapon. You could try to categorize the story into genres like sci-fi, cyberpunk, or horror, but that would mean you'd expect this manga to go in a certain direction, and I promise you, it won't be doing that. Blame is about a guy named Killy who's been in search of something called a net terminal gene. In terms of a timeline, you kind of start the story somewhere around here. The catch is that he doesn't even know how long he's been on this journey. An unspecified amount of time has passed to the point where Killy doesn't even know why he's been looking for it, but for whatever mysterious reason, he can't seem to do anything but move forward. And you might ask yourself, well,
why would you do it?
What exactly is stopping him? One of the things that I remembered PewDiePie mentioning was that this was a manga known for having barely any exposition.
It's not that much of a story. I'm saying that because it has very little dialogue in it. Sometimes chapters go on with no words at all being spoken.
And I can most definitely confirm that. It's one thing for a story to explain everything to you and assume you're stupid. It's another thing to assume your reader has a PhD in quantum physics. I was getting a bit frustrated at first because my brain is used to every fantasy story starting off with, yes, good evening, fellow adventurer. Welcome to the world of Fleefenfloom, where you can be a mage or a warrior. Blame doesn't feel the need to put dialogue behind what you don't understand. You'll see terms thrown around like silicone life, builders, alternate dimensions, and planets, and time? travel? Without ever being provided much explanation for a lot of it, it's up to you to fill in those gaps in how these things work, and if you don't care for it, then you don't have to. I realized that I was feeling overwhelmed because I don't think I've ever read something that's left me with this much responsibility, which might have been frustrating at first, but actually led to it becoming one of my favorite experiences. And there's a couple reasons for that. I think there's not much need for dialogue in this manga because the panels will do that for you. It's ominous, it's unsettling, and on top of all that, it is just so cool to look at. I feel like I'm supposed to be able to read these things and realize that cool art does not equal good book. And so I went into...
True. He's not wrong on that one. Just because the art looks good doesn't mean the story is good. You just got duped. That has happened. Like a good looking anime, but the story is god awful. Like it either doesn't make any sense or it's just dumb as shit.
To this telling myself cool art should not equal good book.
I think we all did that as kids when you was like in the PlayStation era, PlayStation 2 era. You when there was no reviews on games like that, only like in magazines at the time. There was no X-Play, there was no G4 at the time, there was no IGN, there was no internet. So like what we would do is, I think most people did this, they will judge the game based on the box art, right? So the box art was great looking, you will buy the game. Or because there was demos, but there was ever rarely any demos you would come across. Like they have to be in like a CD or whatever the fuck, and it'd be like 5 demos, and there usually was like from Pizza Hut or something, and it was like only the ones that are really recommended by like AAA at the time, what if you consider AAA. Like Tomb Raider, Crash Bandicoot, I guess, Gran Turismo, I think is how you say it, and I think Croc or Spyro or the fuck, right? So you would look at the box art and be like, okay, the box art's looking kind of hard. I'm gonna buy this. And then you start realizing this shit is not worth the time.
Artextric close. I just picked a game based off how cool
the cover looks. Yeah, the box art. That's literally what that was. Like, it was literally wild. It was crazy.
Starlight. Hello, Teach. How are you?
I'm doing well. Hello, Star. I hope you're having an awesome day. Thank you for coming in, hon. Just about to finish up this drawing and then help Ari and then get off. But yeah, I know what they're talking about.
Yeah, fuck you, cool art equals good book. Tsutomu Nihei does not fuck around with his art. If he's gonna decide to make a manga that needs a few words, then he damn well knows how to compensate. Look at any of these pages and tell me this guy doesn't know his shit about architecture. One quick look at his Wikipedia and it'll mention that Tsutomu used to work in construction before quitting his job to pursue his dreams of drawing manga. Other than that making him the top 5 coolest people on the planet, it also shows where he gets his inspiration from. Blame's got this aesthetic that's just nice to look at. You wouldn't even have to pay me to get something.
Oh, later, Ranger. See you around, bro. Thank you for coming in.
Like this tattooed on one of my ass cheeks. The dude's more than capable of allowing his art to speak for itself. He stated before that he found a lot of his inspiration from H.R. Geiger, who's considered to be the father of xenomorphs. I was born in 2001 and I grew up in Germany, so I have no clue what that just meant. I think
Luna.
Blame feels a lot more like a video game than an actual story.
And also, Luna, what have you played lately? You played more Fortnite or whatever?
To be read. It's exciting and feels like you never have any time to take a step back and breathe. I think that's another reason for the lack of exposition here. There's just no time for it. The main character could be fighting one thing, blow up another, and before you know it, there's 20 more. This manga shouldn't be called Blam, it should be called... But you're seeing all of these monsters and probably wondering how a dude that looks like this is supposed to be able to handle this fucking thing. Well, the answer to that question lies in the gun that he's holding. Like a lot of other stories, I think Tsutomu Nihei got a lot of his inspiration from the concept of Guts' sword in Berserk, a weapon so strong that it becomes inseparable from its character, but it demonstrates weight in a different way. Rather than the idea of power being displayed through size, it's about what it's capable of. Yes, I just compared 2 mangas by using an analogy about dick size.
I'm doing
and if
awesome.
that upsets you,
Exhausted,
go make
my
your
room
own
for
video.
few
In the same
days,
way, Guts' sword will have a wind-up
today,
and a
so
whole
probably
aftermath.
cleaned for 18 hours. No gaming, been too busy to clean and move stuff for PC setup when that happens in future.
Oh.
Luna Starlight.
You got a new PC.
At Britcher Close, hello Bri.
You got a new PC, huh? You know specs and stuff, or are you doing? You have a friend build it for you?
A gunfire from Killy's weapon will dedicate 3 entire pages of fuck you. You'll have a panel of the buildup, the shot, and then whatever problem used to be there has now been deleted. There's so much power to this puny weapon, and I have no other way of describing it as anything other than awesome. I know earlier I kind of talked about things in a serious manner, but Blame is really just something that's supposed to be a fun read, and not just in the sense that it's a never-ending series of boss fights. It's also exciting to come up with your own interpretations as to how everything works in this world. You're introduced to concepts like different forms of reality and time traveling, which in the way it's presented makes zero fucking sense. But the fun part is that you can make it make sense if you really want to. Part of the experience is that you fill in those gaps yourself, which made this form of storytelling really stand out to me. The fan base even came up with a Blame iceberg chart, and you can decide for yourself in terms of how deep you think the story goes. And I'd say I probably belong somewhere around here. This type of storytelling may not be for you, but hear me out. I think Blame kind of enhances what we all go through when we read a manga. It's a form of media where you're never provided with every single aspect.
What games you gotta play on it? Please tell me.
Of a story, like what it would sound like, feel like, or in what way it would be presented in your head. The fun part is that you get to do that in your own way. So to me, Blame is kind of like the manga version of a manga. It'd be pretty funny if I titled this video Manga Squared. Now I'm gonna be honest, it's usually at this point where I get stuck. Is this the part where I'm supposed to like review it and give it a rating? Do I analyze it and explain it to you in a really pretentious way? Or do I just recite how the story goes and basically narrate the plot? I'm pretty sure I would suck at doing that anyways, but I wouldn't do it for something like Blame. I think PewDiePie says it better than anyone else.
It's also why I don't really want to talk about the story too much, because I think everyone have their own perception of what it is.
I feel like it actually ruined it if I explained too much about the story because it's a different experience for each person. A surprisingly fun part of making this was looking up other people's thoughts on this manga. To some, you could think of it as a story about finding your own purpose, or you can look even deeper and say it's a reflection on how we look at our own species, or you can be like me and think you just read something that went During this weird journey of trying to understand what PewDiePie initially meant with his video, I came across a lot of other stuff that felt awfully similar, and it made me realize, holy shit, everyone read this differently. If you just type in Blame manga onto your search bar, the really cool thing is that you'll come across dozens of videos of people sharing their own personal experiences of having read it. Some were like this guy I found called Insane in Studios, who'll just share his collection of every volume and spend hours upon hours breaking down every aspect of the story, or video essays that aren't really trying to analyze it and more so talk about the impact it had on their personal life. I found Reddit threads that might as well have been a dissertation. There wasn't a single part of me that expected this 65 chapter story to have such an impact on so many people. These were people that shared that exact same passion I saw in that video
Valorant,
I watched back.
Fortnite, Genshin Impact, GTA, and try out more games. As you know, I like trying new games to challenge myself.
Maybe one day we can play a game together one day. If you're really up to it one day, we can play a game together. I should get back into Valorant. I gotta re-download Fortnite. I still have Genshin, but I don't think I see myself playing GTA. I left GTA back in 2018, 2019. I haven't fucked with that in such a long time. I have not touched GTA in a long fucking time, and I don't think I'll ever come back to that game ever again.
2017. To me, it's like an infinite loop.
Sent you video and picture of the desk.
Oh, did you know? We're on Discord. Let me see.
Of boss fights mixed with double spreads you'd want to hang up in your room and frame it onto a poster. But to others, it's something you can always come back to and start at whatever point you'd like. To those people, it's comforting. There's always something new to learn, or you can notice a detail that you probably missed during your first read. That same guy who we just talked about has a whole channel and a podcast that breaks down Tsutomu Nihei's work. He even went out of his way to buy the art book notes that the author used for Blame, and then people fucking translated it into a downloadable document. Did I read that document? Yes. Did anyone ask me to do that? No.
What is that? That's what? That incredible scent.
No one asked me to do that. But I don't want you to think that I did this all out of spite. I honestly just had so much fun getting all this insight. It's so crazy to me that this guy who quit a construction job in his 20s created something that resonated with this many people. And I mean a lot of people. There was so much fan art out there that wanted to depict their own versions of Tsutomu Nihei's art style. So many never-ending threads discussing how deep the lore goes and how they would interpret it. I'm trying my best to not sound cringe here, but I just think that's fucking beautiful. It's seeing stuff like this that makes me love reading and talking about manga. It's the fact that this guy poured his heart and soul into this book and it resonated with.
Your room is so cute so far. Your desk is cute. I hate that. The one thing I hate about your room, I'm gonna just be honest, this is for every room. I hate it when you end up living, like, depending on where you pick in the house, if you end up living in the top, whether it's the attic or somewhere next to the roof, and you have that piece where it's like slant, is like in your room, and it just kind of fucks with your neck. Like, if you're too close to it, I feel like your neck's being crushed. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. It's the side of the desk where you see that slant. I think it's from the roof, where it cuts off right there. God, that would make me mad. But other than that, your desk is amazing. Wish I had a desk like that. That shit would be great.
So many people out there. This made me go back to think about what started it all. It was 5 years ago when I first came across that video that PewDiePie uploaded. I was 16 at the time and didn't really know anything about manga. I couldn't even understand how a grown adult could get so emotional over a couple drawings. I don't mean to get personal, but it's been so many years since that day. There's so many niche things that I've grown to love along the way. Music, manga. I never thought I'd grow up to be bored in college and start talking about anime titties. But it's videos like the one from PewDiePie and Insane in Studios that remind me why. These are two people that managed to find something near and dear to them. And you may not remember, but at the end of that video, Felix referred to it as a friend you can always come back to. Now, I don't think he had any intent of uploading something that was supposed to be that deep. Maybe he just didn't have any video ideas that day and said fuck it. But 5 years later, and I still remember it to this day. I can't know what exactly he meant by calling it a friend.
Ty, as you maybe understood, I likes Panda a lot.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Thank you, as you maybe understood. I can see that. I hope you keep the whole panda aesthetic, make it more of a thing for you. Should make like mostly about pandas, like a whole panda theme, everything. That would be so cute.
I just interpreted it into my own meaning. To me, manga is something you can always come back to because it'll always be there. It's that close friend because no matter how much time has passed, you can go right back to where you left off. To be honest, there really is no way to define why something is special to you. Sometimes it just is, and if you're like how I used to be at 16 with no clue as to what that special thing is, I promise you, you will find it one day. To this guy, it's Blame. To me, it's Chainsaw Man. For you, it could be a song, video game, hobby. Whatever it is, you won't even have to think about it because you'll know the answer right away. I'd actually love to hear from anyone that watches this as to what you would define that thing that's near and dear to you. Or maybe why Felix called it a friend that you can always come back to. Anyways, thanks.
Nice. So this was, Leaks, the seinen that never ended, is about the Blame thing. So like, subscribe, share, follow, comment, give him a like and stuff. This section of the video will be a video. Every other video after that will not.
By using commands
even the
like
Endymion video will not be a video.
And /Cash App.
This video will be an actual video. Because this is I think I should more gravitate to the anime stuff instead of the anti-woke shit. But like, it will probably help my channel anyway more often. Doing these type of videos. I think Bri will love that more. I think you guys do enjoy when I talk about anti-woke shit that happens in media, but I think you guys would, I think most of you probably low-key like it when we do the anime stuff more. Let's even need to think. Let me find one more. We'll do one more. I should be done by then. I wonder if Arya came back. Did I do this one? The best ongoing manga right now? Did I do this one?
Ray Amelia Weber. I'm here.
Okay, good. I saw your your thing you sent me. I will respond to that in a second. It's pretty simple. It seems to be. Did I do this one, guys?
I finally got some free time to read some manga.
Yeah, I think we did these videos. This video from the other day. I will put in the greatest manga no one talks about. I think it's this one.
Why?
Oh,
Why
no.
the hell does this?
We did this video
Ray
too.
Amelia Weber. It's kind of like a thong, but not quite.
Yes. Let me see. I'll get to that in a second. Pick some. Oh my god, really?
every single.
So this is from Ninja Meshi. I don't know if I did this video or not. I've done so many of them that I don't keep up with most of them. But you guys tell me if we've seen this or not. Most of you know. Probably Brian. Oh, that's 47 minutes. Fuck no. If we did this at the start of the stream, then yeah, I would have made this in a video. But no. Way no. Fuck no. Way too long. All Might, Superman done right. No, let's do that one. It's My Hero Academia one, but I don't know if I'll make it into a video or not, but we'll see.
I feel like I live in a world made of cardboard, always taking constant care not to break something, to break someone. When discussing Superman as a character, the first thing that many people would think of is his strength. So many discussions involving Superman discuss him in terms of his strength and who he can or can't beat in a fight. Could Superman beat Batman? Could Superman beat the Hulk? Could Superman beat Saitama? Superman feels like the proverbial wall that your favorite overpowered character has to climb in order to be considered strong. However fun these hypothetical fisticuffs can be, it reduces the character of Superman down to just how hard he can punch. It ignores the character of Superman in favor of the powerhouse. Personally, I feel like if all you take away from Superman is how strong he is, you're not fully appreciating the character and what he represents. You are removing what makes Superman special and you are left with an overpowered godlike entity rather than what the character of Clark Kent is supposed to be. This will probably be the most controversial thing I say in this video, but if all Superman is to you is power, then you don't really like Superman. You enjoy spectacle, strength, and cool battles. It's perfectly fine to enjoy a character for their displays of power, but if that's all you get out of the character, you're missing the point of why the character was created in the first place. If Superman is as interchangeable to you as the Hulk or Gojo or Kratos or Omni-Man, then you're not fully appreciating the character in its entirety. I don't mean to shame anyone for enjoying power scaling. As a person who makes videos on anime, I have engaged with power scaling for my entire life and still do. I love thinking about the logistics of who would win in a fight and how one character's powers would interact with another. However, while I appreciate power scaling, I don't want the discourse around Superman to be reduced to who he could beat in a fight. I think more conversations need to be had about the themes and messages of overpowered characters as opposed to simply how hard they can hit or how big of an explosion that they can make. This is how we avoid making misguided assumptions comparing the role of one character to the role of another character. This is how we avoid misinformation stating that one character is simply the anime version of Superman just because they have surface level similarities. And so, without further ado, let's address a certain Super Saiyan in the room.
Hey, it's me, Goku!
Goku is not Superman. On paper, Goku is the most obvious Superman parallel in anime. Both characters are super powerful aliens that escaped a planet that exploded and were raised by kind farmers and ultimately grew up to become the strongest defenders of their adopted homeworld. These similarities are undeniable, but ultimately surface level. Akira Toriyama's primary inspiration for the creation of Goku was never Superman, but instead it was always Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Hence why he had a monkey tail, why he fought
in the first place, yes, it's based Journey to the West
with a staff, why he sought out adventures and battles, and why his name is literally Son Goku. If you need more proof, look no further than Akira Toriyama's original design for Goku, which was just a cuter, younger looking version of the Monkey King. Even though Goku's origin in Dragon Ball Z was nearly identical to Superman's, Goku is not meant to be a Superman-esque figure and was supposed to be an archetypal Monkey King parallel. Goku's characterization throughout all incarnations of Dragon Ball has always been defined by combat. He was raised in the woods by a martial artist, and while Grandpa Gohan did try to teach him proper morals, he mostly raised Goku the best way he knew how, by teaching him how to fight. And on top of that, fighting is quite literally in his DNA. Goku's Saiyan heritage gives him a biological inclination and desire to seek out opponents for battle. It is genetically impossible for a Saiyan to say no to a test of strength, even at the risk of their own safety or the safety of others. This inherent biological need to seek out stronger opponents is tied to Goku's thematic story. Goku's story has always been about bettering yourself and becoming a better person. There's a reason why Goku and Dragon Ball have become the inspiration for so many people to hit the gym. For Goku, his version of—
Yes, that's what I said that thousands of times. The reason why people relate to Goku is because Goku does one thing that Superman doesn't do. Of all iterations, incarnations of Superman, the one thing that they all have not done, or at least even proceed to do, is to show him working out, because he's just godlike like that by default. So that ultimately makes him boring. Think about it. Every time Goku does something, he's always doing what? Training. That's something that everyone can relate to, because to feel stronger, you have to be doing something. With Superman, he just doesn't have to, because the sun exists. That's all he has to do. That's literally what that is. That's why a lot of dudes relate to Goku more. You'll see more dudes in Dragon Ball outfits. Same thing with Vegeta. You'll see more dudes in Dragon Ball outfits at the gym than they would a Superman outfit now. People who usually run with Superman outfits is either people who are just a fan of Superman or an old head. 9 times out of 10. Or don't really fuck with anime like that.
Self-improvement is taking on stronger and stronger challenges and climbing higher and higher walls. He breaks his limits time and time again because that is who he is.
Illusion
because
Irina.
Of his internal desire
I don't really
to
like
become
Superman.
Stronger.
Yeah, because Superman is boring. Boring as, not because he's not strong or anything, it's just that that's all he is, or that's how they write him to be, just strong, and that's it. That's literally it. And other than him being morally, always being a Boy Scout all the time. You know?
As well as his being the thematic representation of self-improvement,
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I
Goku
am.
will always seek out
Me
a
neither
good
LUL.
fight. Removing fighting from Goku would be removing Goku from Goku. And then you're basically left with Gohan. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, Clark Kent has always been a strong advocate for peace and diplomacy. The man of tomorrow avoids fighting the best he can because he knows
Illusion
that if
Irina.
he has to fight someone,
He's too perfect. I need my heroes to have some flaws and be human.
He's too perfect. Yes, they need to have flaws. Yes.
He states in Justice League Unlimited during his final confrontation against Darkseid, I feel like I live in a world made of cardboard, always taking constant care not to break something, to break someone. The reason I opened the video with this line is because it perfectly blends Superman's strength with his characterization.
I'll rather
Clark
wear a
was
Batman
adopted by
tank
two
top.
people.
Yes! You know what I'm saying? Most people wear Batman over Superman these days now. Because he still has that. What makes Batman relatable is not even that he's smart and all that stuff. It's just that he's still a man.
Irina.
You know what I'm saying?
I love Batman.
And that's what makes Goku relatable by that aesthetic. We all know we're not a human monkey man running around with a tail on ourselves or have a heritage of wanting to fight.
Twitch_I am.
Right? But
Batman.
Goku's literal existence.
Amelia Weber. If it's 20 more minutes, I'll come back in 20 minutes.
I'm near done. I'm actually gotta just put the hair and then we're done. And then I gotta put the ribbon here and then do the hair and then I'm done. Actually,
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I am. I'm Batman.
Let's see. And then that too. But like the two things that Batman, well, at least what Goku does, is that he taps into a instinctual wanting to get better, right? Clark doesn't do that. He just makes you say, "Oh, I need to be a nice person." Now, that's like kind of defaulted by default. You don't have to really think that out. Just be nice to people, and that's pretty much no, avoid any trouble. Be a Boy Scout.
Illusion Irina.
You know what I'm saying?
I live in the shadows.
Justice for Gotham.
Japanese
were the
ogre.
best that humanity had to offer,
Japanese
and they
ogre.
in turn raised him to be the pinnacle of human goodness. Being the epitome of humanity's inherent goodness means that you have the strength to fend off evil for sure, but it also means that you should try your hardest to mitigate harm to others. As someone who can destroy a city block if he sneezes wrong, Superman has a really hard time not hurting people
Weber.
by just existing.
Also need to send
So
one
when
other
he's
thing too over
presented with
Discord
an
on the same
antagonist,
pose.
He will always try
Just
to
to
reason
SEC.
with them first. He will even eat a few hits to try his hardest to find a peaceful solution with
Ultra
his
Instinct
villains.
_
He
Twitch
knows that if he
_ I
gets
am.
into a fight, it
That
could
is
lead
ONI,
to unintended
not ogre.
casualties,
Google
but it would
Kappa.
also mean that he would have to personally bring harm to someone, which is
Richard
something
Close.
he hates having to do.
I am the knight.
A battle will always be Superman's last resort, unlike Goku, who will abandon his family in a heartbeat to train the reincarnation of his strongest enemy so that he could give him a good fight in the future. If Superman were to enjoy fighting, and if he were to be motivated to seek out battles to test his strength just like Goku, he would no longer be Superman. The Man of Steel only puts his fist up when given no choice. Sure, Goku and Clark are both deemed Earth's mightiest protector, but Goku's Saiyan nature forces him to seek out stronger and stronger opponents. This Saiyan nature has on multiple occasions jeopardized the entire planet, his friends, and his family. On the other hand, Superman's human nature makes it so that he will always choose the most peaceful and humane alternative to conflict whenever he can. Even though humanity is capable of immense cruelty, Superman represents
Twitch
the human
_ I am.
potential for goodness.
Then there's
Goku
Saitama
is
Kappa.
defined by his strength, his
A.
love
Ray
for
Animalia
battle,
Weber.
and his constant
Send
pursuit
it.
of self-improvement. Superman is not defined by his strength, he is defined by his humanity.
Indeed, yes.
Superman is altruism incarnate and presents to the world a model to aspire to be. He is the quintessential
Illusion Irina.
superhero. Now, I'm not saying that one character is better than the other, but it is pretty clear when you consider their characterizations beyond the surface level
Twitch
similarities that
_ I am.
Goku is definitely
He has
not
only one
anime's
flaw,
answer
but
to
he is still
Superman.
human.
I would say that Gohan has more in common with Superman than Goku does, considering he does actively avoid conflict, seeks the most humane solutions, and puts the well-being and safety of his loved ones before anything else. We also shouldn't forget the Great Saiyaman era, no matter how hard we try to forget. So, if Goku isn't the Superman of anime, then who is? Well, there is really only one real answer here.
I gotta say All Might.
In fact, in the past decade and a half, the only on-screen character that ever came close to accurately portraying Superman to
It's All
portray
Might.
Clark Kent was this guy.
I can do this all day.
And also this guy. But I'll go down that rabbit hole another day. That was a snippet from the first video I ever uploaded to my channel an entire year ago. Back when I had a whopping 0 subscribers. I really wanted to revisit the video that began this channel, so to all 184 of you who watched that Superman video, this is a sequel you probably weren't waiting for but are getting anyways. Let's dive into why All Might is anime's perfect Superman. One of the biggest ironies of this entire video is that
Illusion
the author
Irina.
of My Hero
The chibi drawing is so cute. Teach.
Thank you.
Ultra Instinct _ Twitch _ I am. Unlike me, I've got a kitten on my shoulder like a parrot. LUL.
You got a kitten on your shoulder like a parrot? That's cute.
Academia Koei Horikoshi said that his inspiration for All Might is none other than Son Goku. Despite the character being the best anime Superman we've ever seen. It's no secret that
The
My
irony.
Hero Academia takes a lot of inspiration from the likes of Marvel and DC Comics. There are a lot of volume covers of MHA that Horikoshi has drawn that are direct homages to Marvel and DC comic
Illusion
book covers.
Irina.
Wow.
My kitties are all sleeping.
Bro, look at that. What the fuck? Look at that.
Marvel and DC comics. There are a lot of volume covers of MHA that Horikoshi has drawn that are direct homages to Marvel and DC comic book covers. I wouldn't put it past Horikoshi to have been inspired in some part by the character of Superman when writing the manga, and especially when creating All Might. The entire superhero society in My Hero is upheld by the broad shoulders of its #1 hero. The balance of the world is maintained by All Might, whose altruism and willingness to save people are his defining character traits. Toshinori Yagi is driven by his unending desire to become
Illusion
a pillar
Irina.
of hope in an
Teach,
increasingly
I must ask, did you watch more of Attack on Titan?
No, actually, since Bry and Ari got me new TV to watch on what do you call it, VR chat now, and because of Bry, I don't know if the website has Attack on
Illusion
Titan, I'm pretty
Irina.
sure.
Dishonor on you.
I was going to watch
Dishonor on your cow.
No, I was
Illusion
gonna watch
Irina.
it, but like, okay, wait, hold on, no, wait, don't judge me yet.
Secret
I was
Scroll 211.
Wait!
Rangers gone womp womp sad.
Jesus, okay, so like...
Richer clothes. It probably does.
I think it does. I was gonna watch it, but we're about to finish, well, not finish, but we're about to catch up on everyone on One Piece. We're at 1069. We're literally like 30 episodes away from catching up with everyone, then I can finally watch something else other than One Piece. We've been watching nothing but One Piece. We're almost there, and then once we do that, I can watch Attack on Titan and catch up with Jujutsu. Oh, I already watched Jujutsu Kaisen, but like catch up what's going on Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia. I can finally watch all the shows that I missed out on because I was too busy watching One Piece with the girlfriend, because she's obsessed with One Piece.
Illusion Irina. That's dedication.
Yeah, she really likes
Secret
One Piece,
Scroll 211.
and she enjoys it.
Are you ending soon?
Yes, I'll be ending in a bit.
Ray Amelia
I'm about to
Weber.
finish
You need to catch up on a lot of
stuff, and I wanted to watch Loser Rangers, and everyone's talking about it. I want to do some artwork around, like, you know how much stuff I missed out in trends. I missed out in drawings of like shows that came out or was mentioned, and I didn't get the chance.
Illusion
because I was
Irina.
watching One Piece.
What's her favorite character? Ultra Instinct _Twitch_I
in
am.
One Piece.
Do you want to see the parrot?
Sure, you
LOL.
can send it. You can send it the kitty parrot. On One Piece, or you mean like in general?
Chaotic world. He wanted everyone in the world to
Illusion
ease
Irina.
their worries as long as
On
he
One
was
Piece.
around. He wanted to be the
Okay,
light that
so
banished
it's.
defeat.
I don't think there's technically a one. I think there's
Secret
several.
Scroll 211.
So it's.
No, not on my WOCH pouting face.
So it's either between I think it's between Law, Ace, Zoro, and.
Secret Scroll 211.
Who else?
PLS end at like 10 p.m.
No, like it's Law, Ace, Zoro, and someone else. I can't. Sanji. There we go.
Fear from the hearts of all people in this world. He wanted to become an example of what being a true hero is supposed to be. Essentially, he wanted to become Superman, and he achieved it. Before the story even began, Toshinori became the archetypal representative of human goodness and heroism
Illusion
that
Irina.
Superman represents.
She has
The
great taste,
signature
relieved
smile
face.
that he flashes to the people that he saves serves the same purpose as the S on Superman's chest. It is a symbol that lets the world know that they will be okay. It announces to the public that his strength and power
Illusion
will be
Irina.
used to protect
Those
the
are all my
innocent.
favorite
It reminds
characters as
everyone
well.
that goodness and justice
Illusion
will
Irina.
always triumph over
Especially
evil.
Sanji.
All Might's
'Cause he can
smile
cook.
is intrinsic to his character.
He's a bit
and
of a simp
invokes the
too. Like
same
he's a bit of a simp, but he can cook. Is that
feeling
it?
in the world of My Hero Academia that Superman does in the DC universe, and that feeling is hope. This is what it means to be the symbol of peace. to hold up a society with not just your strength, but with your pure presence and aura.
Ultra Instinct
When you
_Twitch
radiate so
_ I
much
am.
hope through your
I sent you a
actions,
pic my parrot
attitude, and
LUL.
power
Alright, I'll
that
go
you can
check it
calm
out.
Illusion
down
Irina.
anyone even when they're
He can
in
cook and I like his
life-threatening
fighting
danger,
style.
that's
I
when
gotcha.
you've perfectly captured the essence of Superman. There is one other quality
I give it to him. With all that kicking, I'm surprised he doesn't have any real problems with those legs.
that makes Superman, that makes
Secrets
Clark
Girl
Kent
211.
who he is.
I wish I
This
could say
quality
something, but
is
no
what
more
the
talk of
entire
such.
series of My
Gotcha.
Hero Academia is built upon. All Might is not only the strongest hero, but he also serves a certain role in the lives of everyone in the story, from Endeavor to Bakugo, and especially to Izuku Midoriya. He gives them all something that Superman gives to the civilians of Metropolis and every other hero in the DC universe: inspiration. My Hero Academia was built on the inspiration that All Might gave Deku to become a hero. He shows the world what true heroism looks like. The entire story of MHA shows Deku following the shining example that All Might set in order to become the world's greatest hero. With or without his powers, All Might hangs on to his altruism and his desire to save others. Saving people is as natural to Toshinori as it is breathing. Deku is very much the same way. His body moves on its own to save others, as if being a good person is inherently tied to his personality, which was molded and influenced by the heroism that All Might inspired in him. Inspiration is a big theme in My Hero Academia. Kirishima was inspired by Red Riot, Hawks was inspired by Endeavor, and even villains like Dabi, Toga, and Spinner were inspired by Stain. But all of them, in one way or another, all looked up to All Might as the true, unadulterated pinnacle of heroism, much like how in the DC universe and in superhero literature as a whole, almost everyone looks up to Superman as the definition of a true superhero. Within the confines of his own story, All Might represents and embodies the two qualities that make Superman who he is: hope and inspiration. While I believe that Goku can certainly
Ultra
give
Instinct
hope to his
_ Twitch
friends and
_ I
inspire
am.
many others,
I love
this
how
isn't
man.
Goku's primary character trait.
I love
Goku's role
My Hero
in his
Academia.
story
Illusion
is
Irina.
to battle and get
I gotta go,
stronger
it's almost
ad
2 a.m.
infinitum
by
to
everyone by
demonstrate the
Teachy.
value
Alright.
of
Oh, fuck. Sorry. Later, Sam. We're about to jump.
like
We're
I
gonna
lived
end it up.
before the
We're
story.
gonna end it off anyway. So, with this last video.
The DC universe become the world's greatest hero.
Richard Close.
With or without his
By
powers,
sound.
All Might hangs on to his altruism and his desire to save others.
Later, Sam.
Saving
Keep safe,
people
man.
is
Illusion
as natural
Irina.
to
Thank you for coming in.
Toshinori
By
as it
VRYY
is
white
breathing.
smiling face.
Deku is very
Aw.
much the same way. His body moves
A-Ray
on its
Animelia
own
Weber.
to save others, as
Wait,
if
what?
being a good person
Hold
is
on,
inherently
I'll help
tied
you. I'm
to
about to
his
finish off here.
personality, which was molded and influenced by the heroism that All Might inspired in him. Inspiration is a big theme in My Hero Academia. Kirishima was inspired by Red Riot, Hawks was inspired by Endeavor, and even villains like Dabi, Toga, and Spinner were inspired by Stain. But all of them, in one way or another, all looked up to All Might as the true, unadulterated pinnacle of heroism, much like how in the DC universe and in superhero literature as a whole, almost everyone looks up to Superman as the definition of a true superhero. Within the confines of his own story, All Might represents and embodies the two qualities that make Superman
Ultra Instinct
who he
_
is:
Twitch _
hope
I am.
and inspiration.
Zoomed
While I
in.
believe
The
that
purple
Goku
hair
can
girl you're
certainly
drawing looked
give
very
hope
similar
his
to my wife
friends and
LUL.
inspire many others, this isn't Goku's primary
Waifu
character
or
trait.
what?
Goku's role in his story is to battle and get stronger ad infinitum to demonstrate the value of persistent self-improvement. The role of Superman and his true anime counterpart is to be a beacon of hope and to inspire others to be heroes themselves. Thank you all so much for watching the video all the way to the end. Let me know in the comments down below what other videos you want me to make, and as always, don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll catch you next time with more lukewarm takes.
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I am. They're from One Piece, so you can say waifu, but I say wife.
Okay, I got you, bro. Alright guys, so we're pretty much at the end here. I'm going to help Ari. Real quick, and then we'll end it. Let me she asked something about panties when putting on clothes. Well, not even, I think it was technically clothes at that point, but let me see. She said here,
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I am. How far are you in OP?
One Piece? I'm 1069. So we're almost close to finishing the Wano arc. We got like what, 20 episodes left? About 20, a little less than 20.
Girl 211. Did you just say Ariane Amelia Weber? There's actually 2.
I see it. It is also, wait, it says, okay. Teach, could you show how I draw these on her with the lace?
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I am. Oh, then I will tell you, my wife is Yamato.
Yes. I know a lot of people keep pushing the idea that Yamato's a boy. That motherfucker's no boy, that's a girl. And it actually was proven that the henchman mentioned she's a princess. A lot of weirdo people keep trying to make it out that motherfucker's a boy. That thing's not a boy. That's a fucking girl. Fucking, I'm pretty sure the reason why Kaido refers to it as him is because he always wanted a boy. And psychologically fuck with this individual.
It's a type of underpants, but they're a little tricky as they look kind of loose looking. Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I am. You're around the same place as the captain.
Yep. That is a girl. You can't tell me that's not a girl. And she refers to herself as a girl. She was a little girl and she watched What's His Face. That is not a boy. A lot of sickos wants that to be a boy
Girl
because
211.
they have weird
Do you know the
fetishes and
song
kinks.
Money My Sis Love It though?
No, I don't know the song. Alright, so let's see here.
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I am. I don't care. I still love Yamato, whether she is a he or she kappa.
Well, fortunately for you, it is a she. Because in the show, in the flashback, the henchman, while she was I think she was under punishment. One of the henchmen gave her like food, and they say, "What happened to that last guy? He got killed off for like no reason." He said, "Oh, because he gave him. I think he gave food to the princess, to the ogre princess, referring to her as a princess." Because even the henchman got eyes to know that's a fucking girl. It was just Kaido calling her a boy because he wanted a boy. And then psychologically fucking with her all day. So, like, what else?
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I am. She just really looks up to Odin.
That too. She says she looks up to Odin. She knows she's not Odin. But I don't like how they did that with her. I don't like how she refers to herself as Odin. What Oda should have said is, I look up to Odin, so I want to live his philosophy of what he how he looked at life, and I find him as a great inspiration, and I find him as my hero. That's fine. But once you start calling yourself, you're him, and then saying something around the lines. Oh wait, I forgot to say. Right, saying around the lines of, going to his son, who knows of his death, and you witnessed this man's death. You was actually there, and saying that you're his father. That's highly disrespectful on your behalf. I'm not even gonna lie. That is not cool. Imagine your parents died in front of you, or even if you didn't see your parents die, you know your parents is dead. There's a body X, Y, and Z. You go back in time or going forward in time to fulfill the wishes of your parents who have passed, and some motherfucker you don't know saying, "I'm your dad, I'm your mom," and they was there who saw them die.
I am. I just thought that is what she meant by I am Odin, like how I say I am Luffy IRL Kappa.
Yeah. But I know why they went with that, because I'm pretty sure Oda did that trying to be fucking inclusive. But that just caused more problems than it is. Because I know for a fact that Luffy wouldn't, like, let's be honest, Luffy went with it, but let's be honest, if the world wasn't the way it is, Luffy wouldn't run with that shit. Honestly, he would not run with that shit. Referring to him as him. That's not a fucking, because he even said, I thought you said you was a dude. He said that at the very beginning, when they first met, when they went into the basement or whatever, when they was hiding from the henchmen. So we're not gonna play this fuck game saying that that's a boy. That is a girl. She didn't even say she was a boy. She just calls himself Odin, so therefore I'm a man because, I don't know, women think penis IV makes sense, like Velma or some shit. Shit's stupid. And it sets a dangerous precedent too. I already talked about this yesterday, but I'm not gonna get into it. Let me see. So, no matter no one tells me, that's a motherfucking woman. And that Astolfo thing, I know people say that's a boy too, but I honestly believe that is a female. But, what's happening is that because we live in the time we do, people are gonna run with it because it's cool to do this shit. I think it's just a person who suffers from that gender dysphoria shit. The Astolfo character. I don't even think that is an actual boy. I think it's a girl who thinks is a boy. Because the times we live in. Because I noticed that no one refers to Saber as him. Even though they refer to Saber as King Arthur. Find that funny? The individual that's supposed to be King Arthur was gender bent to be a female and treat her as such. They don't even call Saber him. Ain't that funny? Let me see.
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_IM. Then what would Zero Felix be?
Kappa. Felix? Not sure. Wait, Felix? Is that a character from, if I remember top of my head. Is that a character from Fate Stay Night, or that's from another show? Because if I remember right, I think Oda did a spread on all the female, all the major
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_IM. From
Which
Zero.
season is that one? Season 1 or 2? Season 2 or 3? I think 3 is not out yet. I think it's 2. Oh, that's the cat dude, right?
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_IM.
That's the cat one, right?
Britry close. Re-0.
Yeah, that you're referring to the cat dude. That one said he actually has one. So I was like, you know what? I can run with that one. I don't think Astolfo ever said he had one.
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_IM. Yet. Britry close.
Yes, that's season 1, yes. I think he even said he had a penis, I think he said. I think he mentioned he had one.
Ariane Amelia Weber. Teach, could you show how to draw that bra on her?
Yes.
It's tricky as she has a small chest. Britry close. Yeah, he's a knight.
Yeah, that's a he. I can run with that. Once they said my genitals is X, Y, and Z, I was like, okay. You're born as such? Okay. I can't fuck with you on that one.
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_IM.
There's a cat boy pretending to be a cat girl or something.
He just said he is a cat boy, I think Kappa.
Yeah. No, I think he said he had a penis. I think he mentioned he was sporting one. Somewhere, I think he innuendoed it at one point. He didn't say outright penis, but I think he said a innuendo in that sense. If I remember right. Unless I'm thinking about the abridged version, but... But then again, if I remember right, Oda. Oh yeah, I'm pretty much done at this point. I'm done with this. I can always put the ponytail on my free time. Oda did a spread of all the females that are in One Piece. Oh, all the, I guess, good-looking females. I don't even think he put Big Mom in there, but unless he put our younger self. And in the front of the spread, fucking Yamato's there. So if the Arthur refers to that motherfucker as like a girl and put him with all the rest of the girls, what does that tell you? Unless he's just trying to fuck with everyone and some bullshit, but I don't think he's trying to do that. Given you know how crazy Westerners are. The Arthur himself, creator, referred to her as such as a girl. Because he put her with all the females of all the One Piece females in the show. Not a single boy was there. And people still argued against that shit. I was like, you guys are fucking reaching the most. You guys really want... You guys are generous as fuck. Alright, now you said here to me, you said, I just read the chat, what the fuck? What chat? Oh, you mean this? No, that's some person that was trolling. It says here from Ari, okay. Teach, could you show how to draw these on her with lace? And where to draw it? Can't quite. Okay. It is also possible to show bra on a woman. Wow. It's not that hard. It's just like you just wrap. It's all about wrapping the drawing on the character. So you just wrap this around. You just wrap this around, and then depending on the, it's like,
Artextric close. Riri energy right there is.
So Oda even, so just to be clear, Oda even sees the individual as a female. It was just Kaido mind fucking with her, calling her a boy. And I noticed that they was using like gender neutral reference to the princess. They will say Master Yamato. Master does not actually mean male. If anything, that's a gender neutral term, because a woman could be a master or something. Like it doesn't. That's not like a. That's not a male female thing. That's just a gender neutral response. Because in the flashback, they even say where did he give her food? The ogre princess. I'm pretty sure they're ogres. Guess because of the horns. Now we can make this work by deleting this part. Be like that. Actually, I made it to what I.
Ray and Amelia Weber. They did the same thing with that one character Akito in Fruits Basket, but she was female but dressed as a male.
I don't know what's the obsession with that shit, but I don't know. We live a very strange time. I don't know what's with the weird obsession of trying to confuse people. This must be like a high elite type thing, some sickos trying to push something. Because there's no reason for that. I think that only was like, that type of shit was like technically a joke in the anime community because of the Naruto thing. And that was never touched on till like 10 years later of more people doing shit like this. I think one of them was like Princess Jellyfish. I think that was one of them. The cross-dressing dude who pretends to be a princess or some shit. Depending on how high this is. Now I made it a bit higher, but I don't like making the panty look like this because it, or the bottom like this, because it looks too grandma looking. So that's why you should make make it smaller down to the waist like this if you want to be more like a bikini or more of a lingerie thing. It's more lower from the what do you call it? The
Amelia
love
Weber.
handle.
I think the panties are supposed to sit right on her hips.
Yeah, like it's a little lower from the love handle, so it makes it look more attractive. Because when you put it to it, like when it sits right on top of it, it'll look too elongated for the crotch to look the way it does. So what I would do is make it lower, where it's kind of like here. And then bring the crotch in like that, so it feels a little bit more like a lingerie. This is something you may have to learn. Actually, hold on. Who was it that who I was watching? Okay, panty. Hasn't. It's somewhere here. Who was it? I think I follow her. Wait, I think it's in my subs. She's an artist, if I remember right. She's a Japanese artist. Let me see if I can find it. I can't find it. I'll have to send it to you next time. I'll send it to you after the stream because I gotta go. So you put that in here because what I did is I made this lower because it's lower than the waistline, so it's like here.
Amelia Weber. How girls find those comfy I will never understand.
But like here I made it lower than the waistline, so like that's what makes it more attractive, because it makes them look much more, I guess, attractive. It makes them more attractive because the smaller it is. So smaller is usually the lower past the love handle, the more likely it's gonna look more attractive. I could have went more lower than this. I could have put it like about here, right, and had it hang on like this. So bikini design is a thing. So like the more looser it is like this, and it hangs onto the love handles like this, now it looks a lot different. It looks like a thong or some type of bikini design, where we can put like little ribbons right here like that, because it's more lower now, because it's not only past the love handle and the where the belly button is, but it's just at where the crotch area is past the waistline, the crotch area. So it makes it look more attractive like a bikini. Now, let me go back. So keep that in mind. The type of the more loose the panty is, the more likely it's going to, and tight and loose it is. Like tight as in how stringy it is and stuff like that. This is more of a lace, so it's gonna wrap around where the upper body is. I mean the upper body, the glove handles. Can't talk today. Now her breasts are a lot smaller, so there's not really much to work off here. So it's like you don't have to worry about volume all that much. You just have to make sure that it kind of fits. So like, since the bra is like this, depending on, let's see the thing again. Okay. So like it's wrapped.
Amelia Weber. I was going to try to size them up a notch so it looks more natural.
That's, I guess that's up to you based on how the angle is, but like they're just literal cups at this point. Like they're literal cups. So like, let me see. Oh wait, I made that weird. I made it more like a, okay, so I have to make it like, there we go. Like that. And then to make it more 3D, we put the seams like that. Oops. I made the breast a little weird, I'm not gonna lie, but I'll put like, it's the one with the...
Amelia Weber. They are cups but they're sort of bendy.
Yeah.
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I am back. I had to take my parrot to her mother LUL.
Gotcha. So, like that. Like that. And then we'll put something back here to indicate that it wraps around like this.
Ultrainstinct_Twitch_I. Did you take a look at my parrot?
Not yet. I have to get this out of the way real quick before I look at this. Oh wait, no, a little bit more. Okay, like that. Looks a little weird, not gonna lie. Let me see. Put the... that, and then I can erase this part. Like, okay. There you go. And then I would probably make this a little more like that.
Amelia Weber. I think I see why boys are into these now cause they're so curvy LOL face with tears of joy.
Yeah, I guess so. And then let's see, like your breasts, to indicate the breasts will be like this. Like that. And then if she has some type of cleavage, be like that or something. So we can do it like this. Like she's not gonna have much cleavage because
Secrets
her
Girl
breasts are a lot
211.
smaller.
Vac.
So it'll be like that. So that's how you will make it work. There you go. I hope that was at least helpful to make the bra the way it is. Oops.
Amelia Weber. Thanks. I see it now.
There you go. Did I delete the panties? I think I did.
Secrets Girl 211. My sis yelled at me big back know what I did.
What? Big back now. I don't know what that means. Sorry that she yelled at you, I guess. Actually, I will make this smaller, just to make it a little more attractive. Oops. And wrap it around the character. Remember, you have to respect the...
Amelia Weber. Yeah, I'm going to draw a bikini panties to give it the more feminine look you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, that it gives it more of a seductive look. If you make it too high up, it's gonna look like a granny panty, and it looks really weird. It's just like it's like one of those old bikinis back in the 90s or 70s where women would wear the bikini bottom so far up to their stomach it looks like they're wearing their grandma's bikini or some shit. Now bikinis have changed over time and they're much more at a low end of the waist. I'll send you the video on it. I can't find it, but I will send it to you, Ari, so you know what I'm talking about.
Secrets Girl 211.
The video will...
I got her by the hair.
Oh, okay. You gotta be careful, you know, sisters. Oh, wait, so like...
Amelia Weber. Surprisingly, they still sell those sort of designs in stores still.
Yeah, because most middle-aged women will wear that, or people are much older now. Because, like, it's more... I wouldn't say the word conservative, but it's more fitting for their body type most cases, because most women in their mid-30s, 40s, 50s don't really look all that attractive in these times because, you know, their bodies are different now compared to the 20-year-old, the teenager, and stuff like that. So, but back in the day, those used to be the you know, the revealing bikinis back then, but now those are what you would see, what your mom would wear, or your grandmother would wear, depending on her body type and how small she is, and X, Y, and Z. So, yeah.
Amelia Weber. The ones that show the butt however like a wedge looks ridiculous.
I guess so. A little bit more lower, closer like that. There we go. So yeah, you gotta keep that in mind when doing something like this. All right. So with that said, is that all, Ari? Did you get your response? Did you get your answer? Before I go. Let's see here. Okay, I think I'm done. Alright, I guess I'm gonna probably take that as a yes. Because I have to go. I'm gonna be late. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what we had to do for today and all that great stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna make that video, that last video thing, because I never said goodbye on it, so that is what it is. So like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment, everyone, for coming in and all that great stuff.
Secrets Girl 211. I'm 15 and my dad don't let me wear two-piece.
Your dad is a good man. Alright, so with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment, and I'll see you guys in the next one, and all that great stuff, guys. Thank you for coming, thank you for Ari, thank you, Bri, thank you for everyone coming, sharing your opinions and all that stuff, and, you know, memeing and all that great stuff. So have a great night, guys, keep safe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Ari, if you have any other questions...
Secrets Girl 211. No, he not.
Yeah, he is.
Britry
Trust me,
close.
he's doing the best what a dad can do.
Good night, everyone.
Alright.
Britry close.
Night, guys. I'm out.
LOL.
I'll do the same damn thing as a dad. Alright, I'm out.